I think. Thank you so much for being patient with me today, and we're ready to begin. So, welcome to DevFest 2018. Welcome to the web track. We're really excited to see so many of you here, and we're really pleased to see the overwhelming demand for tickets. This is one of the largest developer communities organized free in this country, if not the largest. DevFest is an opportunity for us to learn about technologies, share ideas, meet new people, and have fun. Let's make the most out of that today. In fact, in the theme of making new friends, why don't we have a little quick icebreaker? Let's look at the people around you and talk to them for maybe the next 2 minutes and get to know what they do and why they're here. And then we can begin. And your 2 minutes starts now. Good start, bad start.
No, just want to make sure you're feeling good.
Yeah, so I'll lead you on and I'll set
Like
you
2
up.
slides. Yeah, because you're doing a second icebreaker, or what's the second one?
Oh, no, there's only one. So
Oh, okay.
just like, is that loud enough?
Yeah, I think it was good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Time's up. All right, time's up, guys. Now that your time's up, I hope you're sitting next to your new best friend. And since the 2 minutes is over, you're not allowed to talk to them from now on. So I'm just kidding. But you might have been wondering what GDG is and what the mysterious acronym means. And luckily for us at the web track, and only the web track today, we have Jennifer Cole from the US who has flown over to tell us more about GDG. She actually runs the GDG program from Google. And she's going to tell us about how DevFest work.
Hi. All right. Thank you all so much. My name is Jen. So I manage the GDG Global program. I'm based out of New York, and I've been at Google for about 11 years, and so I'm really excited to be here today. So thank you all for coming and being part of the GDG family. DevFest is really exciting. So let me give you a little bit of background about what GDG is first and foremost. So GDG is Google Developer Groups. So this was started about 10 years ago by developers a lot like yourself in their local communities that just wanted a space to develop a community and create something for everyone in their local area, a space for developers to meet and learn and share ideas. So it has grown significantly over the last 10 years, which is really exciting. I'm really excited to see that the passion is still here today. I can see by all of you who woke up bright and early to be here that there's still really a lot of passion in GDG and what the program has to offer. So, there's a lot of developers meeting around the world today. There's about 800 chapters where developers meet to talk about web, mobile, Android, machine learning, and all other sorts of developer technology. And so London itself is home to actually 2 developer GDG communities here. So there's GDG London and GDG Cloud London. So if you're not already a member, please join their meetup group and attend a future meetup, just like this one here today. And so, go to the next slide. So GDG is actually in about 800 cities around the world, which is really exciting, in 120 countries. So you can see it's definitely grown from 2 chapters 10 years ago to the scale it is today. And DevFest itself is actually something that was also started several years ago as an opportunity for these GDG chapters to create kind of what is a developer conference in its own right. So as you can see with the amazing stuff that the organizers have done today, it really is a full-fledged developer conference, an opportunity for the community to show off different technologies, code labs, and exciting opportunities for developers. And so this DevFest season, we're actually the biggest we've ever been. So we're seeing about 500 DevFest events happening around the world. Really exciting. And so the last thing I want to highlight is DevFest on Air. So this is actually the first time we're ever doing this. So we wanted to capitalize and bring together some of the highlighted events from all over the world. So there will be an online conference happening on December 12th here in the European time zone, where it will feature a lot of DevFest of content, technical content that have happened from all over the world. So please sign up and register today. It'll also include some unique content from Google, live Q&A from Googlers and experts. So definitely check it out. I hope to see you online on DevFest on Air. So definitely, again, thank you so much for being here today, for being part of the GDG family, and we hope that we'll see you at future GDG events as well.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. So, welcome to GDG London once again. And you're today spoiled for choice with any track that you want to go to. The web track is pretty self-explanatory. The web is an amazing platform that reaches over 3 billion people and has over 100 trillion pages. And most of us, we use the web on our phones. And in mobile, the gap between what's possible between native and the web is closing very quickly. You can add apps to your home screen, push notifications, and get really performance experiences, all powered by a simple click on a link. Join the web track, or stay with the web track since you're here, if you want to learn more about everything from progressive web apps and accessibility to hearing about Firebase and creating better user experiences. You are currently with the web track, but if you do want to find your way back if you get lost, we're currently seated in Huxley Clore. If you do get lost, you can always ask the friendly volunteers around with the yellow lanyards, and they'll direct you here. Mobile is another huge area. With Android, you can reach over 1 billion users. Find out how Flutter is allowing developers to target Android and iOS at the same time, and learn more about animations and the latest from the Android world. You can find it at Blackhead's LT1, which is actually right by the corner. Machine learning is arguably one of the biggest revolutions to hit computer science. It offers a way to identify and interpret patterns that is transforming experiences that we offer. McKinsey expects to drive $26 trillion of additional revenue by 2030. With the coming together of an exponential growth in processing power, the massive growth of data, and democratization of machine learning tools and research, we're in a very special moment, and you're part of it. This is the place you want to go if you want to understand about how you can use some of these tools like TensorFlow and AutoML. You can find it at CAGB 200, which is a little further away, but once again, friendly people will help you there. For those of you who aren't familiar with Google Assistant, you can create amazing voice-driven experiences using Dialogflow that allow you to target numerous platforms from chatbots on the web to Google Home, Alexa, and more. Think about voice as another surface to engage an audience so you can meet them in a way that works for them. Learn how to create and deploy your own voice or chat apps and some of the conversation design considerations you'll need to think about to make them feel natural. You can find it at Huxley 308, which is actually right up the stairs. We also have listening to talks is great, but sometimes it's nice to take a break from listening and start getting your hands dirty with code, because we all love playing with code. Pop along to our code labs rooms at JCR to explore some of the many code labs we have on offer. We have a large number of experts on hand to guide you through them if you do get stuck. ask any questions you have on any of the platforms or the key track areas. And even if you're not interested in code labs, go ahead and take advantage of the expert clinics we have to offer and just drop in. Finally, we also have an exhibition area and demos where you can meet some of the student societies at Imperial to see what they're doing, as well as some of the wonderful sponsors that we have today supporting us. And it's definitely worth exploring there. In short, you have a day packed with lots of difficult decisions to make about where you're going to spend your time. And that's a lot of information. But thankfully, Khan has created an app and a website. So you can go to devfest.gdg.london, and if you're on Android, you can add it to your home screen. And in here, you've got all the speakers, all the talks, and even have an interactive map of the campus, so you can find your way around quickly. We've also been partnering with select communities from the thriving meetup scene in London to help us build each of these tracks. GDG London has been behind the scenes for everything, and particularly helping with the assistant track. Londroid have been leading the way for the mobile track. GDG Cloud London have helped shape the cloud and machine learning track. And JS Monthly have helped us curate the web track. The content you'll be hearing really is built by the community for the community. Let's go through some housekeeping matters. So, toilets are actually just upstairs near the concourse. So once you go out of the lecture theater, turn right, go up the stairs, and you'll see them immediately. Disabled access is right opposite the lecture theater. We don't actually have any fire alarms planned. So if we do hear a fire alarm, let's evacuate this place calmly, and our volunteers will show you the way out. You will also see photographers snapping a few shots of us to help us share a flavor of the event. If you do have any concerns, if you do not want to be photographed, do approach the photographers and let them know, and we'll sure to comply. Again, we're also recording these sessions, and actually we're being live streamed right now. Once again, if you have any concerns, let us know. With so many sessions that are really interesting, we want to share them with as many people as possible, so that's why we're recording these sessions. Do take any coffee cups or rubbish away so that we can keep the rooms tidy throughout the day. Take note of the emergency contact number that's on your lanyard. This is to be only used during emergencies. For any non-life-threatening emergencies, go and find some DevFest volunteers who are wearing teal t-shirts, and they'll be able to help you out. And yes, like any event worth going to, we have a hashtag. I'm sorry, the formatting's a little messed up. But we have hashtags, so do share your experiences using this hashtag, and so we can show the world how amazing DevFests can be. Be nice and be respectful. Give me 1 second. I think ultimately, with this event, what we want to do is bring together communities that matter and communities that care about the same things that we do. So let's be nice to the people sitting next to you and pretty much to any person you meet today, because they're here because they're interested in technologies just like you are. So let's be nice, be respectful. If you're going to say something that's going to make something uncomfortable, let's not do that. Let's keep each other comfortable in this common space, and let's have a great time. You can log into the Wi-Fi using the cloud. There's no password necessary. There's a short form that you have to fill up, but it's pretty quick. If you are a student at university in the UK, you can also use EduRoam, which is also accessible. We'd like to really thank our partners, Google developers, TopTal, AimBrain, JetBrains, Firebase, and Riley for supporting us today. So let's get on to the meat of it, the talks. This is the current schedule we have, and you can take a look at it using the website or the app on your phone. So let's go right ahead and begin with Web Accessibility. Never Heard? By Sophia Hoots from Microsoft.
It's my first time to London, actually to UK, so I'm very excited to be here. And as Jen mentions, there are like many GDGs around the world. And I also organized one GDG in Ukraine and DevFest also. But half of the year ago, I moved to Prague, where I joined Microsoft and specifically working for the Microsoft teams and doing a lot of accessibility stuff, which I will talk about to you today. So, can we? Yeah.
Just give us 1 second. We're trying to get the projector working.
I forgot about that. I also have the. I also have the.
Sorry about that, guys. We're back on.
It's fine. It happens. So before I start my presentation, please raise your hand if you know what is web accessibility, if you know how to implement it. Fair enough, I would say. So let's start from the beginning. What is actually accessibility? According to the Cambridge Dictionary, accessibility is the ability to reach, understand, use something, right? And we see in nowadays like a lot of things applied to make accessible, like for people with disabilities to make things accessible, like wheelchair ramps for the buses or wheelchair ramps to the different buildings and shops, etc. But here's the question, why not to make websites accessible too, right? So have you had the chance, I actually bet that you use some websites which are, for example, not responsive, it's hard to use, and you really got this feeling of frustration, right? But we don't get this feeling like so often. And we can understand that for people with disabilities who use not accessible websites, they have this frustration more often, and you can relate to it, how painful it can be. But what is actually web accessibility? What does it mean? So original definition states that the people with disabilities can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with the web. But after investigating this topic a bit deeper, I changed this definition because I think that everyone can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with the web. And web accessibility has like 4 core principles. Perceivable, so the information can be perceived by any user. For example, if your website contains some video and you're deaf, you should still have possibility to perceive the same information using the video captions. Operable, like if user doesn't like to use mouse, for example, or can't use mouse, he or she should still be able to make the same actions they could make with mouse, just using with keyboard. Understandable, so the content on your website should be understandable and all the actions should be performed in predictable ways. So for example, if you have some like buy button on your website and user click on this button, they should be directly like redirected to the page where they can buy this product, like pay for it. Nothing in between that can be confused, right? And robust, so you know that nowadays like users use like different technologies, different devices, different user agents, different assistive technologies. And all this stuff like evolve, they are changing, but your content and your website should still remain accessible. But well, why is that important? Why should we care about it? So just imagine like usually we start to build some startups, we start to build some product. We ask ourselves who are our users, right? And often we make the wrong assumption that all of our users are fully abled. So for example, let's say you're building some photo app, and you might think, well, why would the blind user want to use my app, right? Well, the same, even the blind user want to take a picture, want to share it in social networks, want to share it with the friends, so like everyone else. So everyone has the same goals, whether it's to send email, shop on Amazon, whatever, buy tickets, everyone has the same goals. And I really love this quote from the W3C director and inventor of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee. So he states that the power of the web is in its universality. Access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect. And yeah, I really support this quote because accessibility benefits from everyone. So all in this room, like everyone in this room will getting aged. Some of you will get lower vision, hard of hearing, and at some point of your life, you will need to use the website and you will need it to be accessible. So it benefits for everyone. Some more statistics. So worldwide, around 20% of people have some kind of impairments. And it's around 1 billion people. And it's actually every 6th person, quite a big number, right? And to give you more statistics, recently the American Institute of Research, they reported that around the people with disabilities in United States, they bring alone the income $21 billion. And you might think also about their friends and family who can use some applications to communicate with them. So there is the research showed that people with disabilities, their friends and family worldwide, they have a collective disposable income $8 trillion. Think about it. And I'll give you more statistics. 71% of users, they click away from the website with access barriers. And at the same time, they displace around $12 billion to the websites which are accessible. So what I want to say is that what we actually create, it is useless if it's not accessible. And when we are talking about implementing accessibility, it's very important to know what kind of disabilities can be. And there are like 4 common types, like visual. It can be people from low vision to the totally blindness, auditory, from hard of hearing to total deaf. Motor mobility is even if you have injured your wrist, broken arm, or have the paralyzed body. And cognitive intellectual is like learning disabilities, development disabilities, which affect memory, concentration, also like dyslexia, and so on. And I want you to consider these 3 people. So who do you think, which of them has some relation to the limited mobility? So raise your hand if you think it's a boy in a wheelchair. And raise your hand if you think it's a girl with a broken arm. And please raise your hand if you think it's a woman with a big bag of groceries. If you raised your hand 3 times, you are correct. So all of them has some relation to the limited mobility, whether it's permanent or temporary or situational. So have you had this experience when you were holding with one hand some big bag and with the other you were trying to use some website on a mobile, and for example, if website is not really like responsive, it's quite uncomfortable and hard, right? So some kind can relate to this. So people with disabilities, they use assistive technologies to improve the interaction with the web. Assistive technologies can be a software and hardware. And it can be like braille terminals for the blind people, screen magnifiers for people with low vision, eye tracking devices, specific touchscreen devices. And everyone knows that Stephen Hawking, who had used a wide range of different assistive technologies. also screen readers, which are the software that read aloud everything displayed on your screen. And the most popular are JAWS, NVIDIA, and Narrator for Windows, Orca for Linux, VoiceOver for macOS, and ChromeVox for Chrome, which actually works for any OS. And as I said, accessibility topic is very broad, and it's really easy to get lost on it. So to know how to do it in a better way, we need to follow some guideline on our journey, right? So here's a sum of standards which important to know. The World Wide Web Consortium, I bet you know what it is. It's like more or less the government body of the web. And they created the Web Accessibility Initiative. And they created the Web Accessibility Guidelines. And this WCAG 2.1, the last version, was actually published this June. And this is like the most popular guideline on accessibility. It's very comprehensive. At the same time, it can be a bit overwhelming. But I really advise to take a look on it because they cover all different use cases and details on how to do the things correctly. So, talking about assistive technologies, how actually they help the users to understand better what is displayed on your website. So, all you know that web page kind of parsed to the DOM tree. And at the same time, it is also parsed to the accessibility tree. So, assistive technology, like screen reader, it can consume this accessibility tree and translate it to the meaningful text for user. So for example, you have like HTML tags like UL and alias, which is a list. So it will build accessibility tree with this UL and alias tags. And assistive technologies know that this is a list. It will like consume this accessibility tree and will tell the users, hey, this is a list of items. But sometimes it's really hard to build the semantically correct accessibility tree. Because sometimes we want to build some custom elements, and for example, we want to build a menu with sub-menus. And we still can use the UL elements for the whole menu and alias, and style it to be like a menu. Well, but the screen reader will still see that this is a list, and it will tell the user this is a list of items, which we don't want to tell the user. And wouldn't it be cool if you would have possibility to set such attributes like role menu and role menu items for each of the item? And actually, this is why area does. So area, this is specification. They define additional set of HTML attributes that can be applied to elements, and they provide additional semantic or improve accessibility where it is lacking. And area stands for accessible rich internet applications. You don't need to remember this abbreviation, but they also have the very great guidelines on each attribute, on each use case, how to use them and when to apply them, and the best practices they cover in this guideline. So if you see now on accessibility trees, they kind of make improvements to it, so it will bring more meaning to the end user. And as I mentioned, area is the way to add missing semantics. And there are like 3 types of attributes. It's like roles, as I showed before, the role menu and menu item. The states, for example, can be state collapsed or expanded. And properties, which describes some characteristics of the elements. And there are like a bunch of them. And every this attribute is described in the guideline. And yeah, a bit overwhelming, but please don't get stressed out. We will go like baby steps, and we'll cover like the must-have for accessibility and the best practices of that. So first of all, declare the language. meaning that declaring the language using the attribute lang. And declaring the language is not great for the search engine optimization or for translation tools. It's also very important for assistive technologies. So for example, I marked this paragraph with lang for French. So what does it mean? When the screen reader will read this line, it will automatically switch the language to the French and will read this line with the proper French pronunciation. Second, use semantic HTML. Everyone knows what it is. It's a teapot. I don't need to explain you what it is. I don't need to explain you how to use it, so you know what it is. And this is what is called affordance. So you know how this thing can be used. And this is kind of metaphoric that can be applied to the HTML tags. For example, button. We tend to make the button with different shadows to make it beautiful, shine, and fancy. But for a user who is blind and non-blind users, you don't need to explain what it is button. Like, all they expect is to perform action on a button, whether they click on it or press space or press enter. So you don't need to explain whether to a screen reader or anything else because everyone aware what it is button. So we kind of can split the HTML text like non-semantic and semantic. And by this step, I want to say that always prefer to use semantic HTML tags. So for example, let's consider these two buttons looking the same. And I will try kind of read with screen reader on the button on the left. And it will tell me search. But what the hell is search? Like, is it the input? Is it a text? Is it a button? You don't know. And this is because I use just a div and I style it to be beautiful, and it doesn't bring some meaning to the user who is using assistive technology. And for a second case, it says search button because I used the button, which is correct. And this is not the only one advantage of using semantic button. I will show you a bit more if you say it. Yeah. I will try now to turn on the screen reader. It can be loud and it will talk a lot, but I just want you to grab the idea how it is working. Is the sound out?
We'll try it. We'll see how good it should be.
Session expired. Please Microsoft Teams is launched in the background. Play video. Play video. Press Alt-Shift-A for accessibility. Search button. Edit text. Search button. Search. Edit text. Blank. Frame 0. You are search button. Search. Search button. Search. Search button.
So you got
You are currently on a button inside a frame. To click voiceover off.
Shut up. Yeah, it likes to talk a lot. It's kind of fun to test it, but I hope you got the idea how it works. And for the button on the left, it just reads search, and for the right, search button. And let me show you a few more things. So I'll comment a little piece of JavaScript. It just adds even listeners to the button. And when I click both of them, I will get this alert. And for the user who are using keyboard, they expect when press space, I think you also know this, press space or press enter, and you will perform the same action which can be performed on a click, right? So on the semantic button HTML tag, it's like out of the box. It just works. You just need to add click even listener, and it will trigger the same when you press space or enter. But it actually wouldn't work for just a button, like with div. Like if you press space or enter, it wouldn't work. So in that case, you will need to add additional even listener on key down, check if it is space or enter, then perform click. And one more thing, for example, I want to make them disabled. I'll just add attribute disabled. And I just style it to be gray and then nothing else. So now I'll try to click this button and nothing is happening. Like it just skips all action. You can't click it. And what about the div? If you click on the div button, it still works, right? So in that case, you will need on your click handler to write if it has a disabled attribute, do nothing, which is quite a lot of work for you, like a developer. It's a bit annoying, but you can just use a button and it has everything out of the box, right? So prefer to use semantics over non-semantic HTML tag. Also, regarding the semantics, there are like navigation landmarks. And navigation landmarks, they show the structure and organization of your website. And for people who are using screen readers, for example, and when they for first time land on unfamiliar page, for them it's quite hard to get the idea what is this website about. So usually they just navigate such pop-up on a screen reader which shows all the landmarks or all the heading which the website has, and they can just jump through different sections to see and to get the idea what is this website about. So it's very important to implement them, and like the common, like there are more of these navigation landmarks, but the most common like header, footer, which can have some organization, information, or additional links, and navigation section, which provides the links which for navigation through the website, right? And main content and some aside, which is not really kind of important, but still related to your website. For the third step, tab key navigation and tab order. So what is a tab order? So this is the order when you press tab and the elements are receiving focus. And the order when the elements are receiving focus, it's called the tab order. So I bet you know when you are on some website or on some, let's say, form, you're trying to tab through elements and you see the interactive elements will get this focus ring. And natively, the elements which get this focus ring is like inputs, tabs, inputs, buttons, links, for example. But there are cases when you build some interactive element, for example, drop down using div. And for people who are using keyboard, it's very important that all interactive elements will get focus. So to give this focusable behavior for just, for example, div elements, we can do it just using tab index equals 0. So when you add attribute tab index equals 0, it will insert your element into tab order and also gives this focusable behavior. So when you click on it or tap to it, it will get this focus ring. And here are some bad practices I want to share with you, what not to do to not break the focus on your website. So let's see. I have here 3 paragraphers. I've added to them tab index equals 0. So now when I'm tab, it will get focus, tab, tab, and then shift tab, I'm going back. In real life, you wouldn't need to add this tab index for the static elements, which are not interactive. But I just made it for example. And as you see, tab order going from left to right, from up to down, bottom. This is how it should work. And usually, for example, we, have some request. We need to move this first paragraph to be the last one, right? And we often like to use the float right. So visually now the first paragraph is the last one. But when I'll try to tab again, the focus will go to the last one elements, which is not correct. And then it will go to the second and to the third. And you see like this tab order is already broken because visually elements has changed, but the DOM order is still the same. So always keep in mind, if you want to move some elements, don't use styles for that. just move the element physically in a DOM. And one more thing. So here's my very beautiful shiny button. So I tap, 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 and it also gets this focus ring around it. And often, like, for example, designers can tell you, this is not beautiful. It doesn't match our design, this blue ring. Let's just remove it. And what we do, we put outline on. So now when we are going to tap through it, like the user who are using keyboard, they will never see that this button has a focus. They will never see that they can interact with that. So better avoid these things. And if you want, like, okay, this blue ring doesn't match the design, but you always can design this focus state. And for example, like I designed it. Isn't it beautiful? But this is kind of just for example, like you always can design it whenever you want, like to match your design, but don't just skip it because you don't know what it is about. Let's move on. First step is using Y-area attributes. So on the second step, I was telling that always prefer using semantic HTML tags over non-semantics, but sometimes it's really hard to build what we need just from the available HTML tags. For example, we have the same like two buttons. It has a trash icon. And all you know what it does mean, you're probably guessing if I click it, it will delete something, right? But for a blind user, he doesn't see it. And if I read the button on the left with screen reader, it will tell me button. But what is this button? What does it do? Like, how to know that? And this time I did a good job. I used the button, but there is no text in between, and I just added this icon in a style, so like it still doesn't bring the correct meaning for the user. And for the second one, it read correctly delete button. So for this specific case, I used the area attributes, and this is area label. You can put whenever text you want there, and the screen reader is going to read this. So always like try to use area where the semantic is missing or you just want to improve accessibility. This is why the area attributes are very helpful. And the first steps is about controlling focus with keyboard. It actually can be very tough and long topic, but I will cover it quickly. So just imagine that you have a long list on your website. It's very long. It's very long list, and for example, it can be selectable. And for user who using keyboard, you might think that you will put the tab indexes and they will just tab through all the list items that it will get focused and they will select them. But it will be kind of annoying for users because they will have to tap all the list, and if they want to go back, they will tap back like it's like a long way and it's a bit boring. Like we don't want to bring this experience for our users. So instead of that, try to implement in JavaScript and control focus on your list with up and down arrow keys. This is what actually expected for any user, right? And allow tabbing through like bigger sections. So the users can tab through like upper level sections of your like parts of your website. And for example, when they tab to list, they will press enter and then they navigate with up and down arrows through the list. And this is the expected user experience for everyone. And the sixth, like the last but not least, is color contrast. So keep the correct color contrast ratio and have the standard states that for small text is 4 to 5 to 1 and for large is 3 to 1. But you might say, well, how I would know how these numbers, how to check that? And there are like a lot different checkers out there. And I just made this quick test on this is the website webm.org. It's very actually helpful website. They have many resources many best practices how to implement accessibility, and they also have this color contrast checker. And I tried to use like a bit like light gray color on a dark gray, and yeah, we still can read it, but it's a bit hard, right? And as you see, like my test failed, and when I just tried to make it a bit lighter, like color contrast passed. And there are also possibility to do that in developer tools. So when you try to click on your color, and if it will not like if it not comply the correct contrast radio, you will see in developer tools in Chrome like the red cross that something is wrong with your color. And isn't it beautiful? Well, I like it so much, right? So always keep all in mind about the color blindness. There are like people who has, for example, red-green color blindness, so they wouldn't see this text. It will be the one text, one color for them. So keep it in mind. And selecting colors, it should be like design stage, of course. So also the designers should keep in mind when selecting the proper colors. This is actually the example. I use the colors in my presentation, like color for the background, for foreground, and accent colors. And all they have to keep this color contrast radio between them. And of course, when we are implementing accessibility, we need to test it. And there are like a bunch of different tools which can help you, like Axe, Wave, and Lighthouse. And this is all like browser extensions which will run multiple tests against your website to check if your website complies accessibility rules. And actually, Lighthouse is built in DevTools, so you can use it all the time in Audits tab. And also the Axe, they provide the open source library Axe Core. So if you want to run the test on each CI build and to make some automation, you can implement it using the Axe Core. So all the time when you, for example, create new feature, you will just check if the tests are passing or not, if you have broken accessibility or not. And of course, should be some manual work. So try it like for some time to put your mouse far away and try to go through your website just with using keyboard. Do you still can perform the same actions with keyboard that you can perform with the mouse? If not, so you need to fix it. Also, try to download the screen reader. Put on your eyes the sleeping mask and just try to go, for example, to Google search. Try to search for something. How far you can go, how quickly you can get the information just using keyboard and screen reader and with no eyes. And really helpful also no-code extensions. It allows you to test different visual effects like blurry, like different test colors, so you can check if your website is still like accessible for people with visual impairments. So also like, I know it's like a lot of information, and you know, if like the far you go when you implement accessibility, the harder it can be. But don't get frustrated if you can't make a specific element accessible. Like, try always to search for alternative ways. For example, if you like don't know how to improve accessibility for such element, try to think about how you can give the same information for user but in different ways. So always try to search for alternatives. And remember that the small changes make a big difference. Like whether you change all your divs to the buttons, or for example, you added additional area attributes to improve semantic, it's already a big change for someone. And I also want to share with you these helpful resources. So the first one is free Udacity course. I found it really helpful. And also there are like standards that I mentioned before, and accessibility guideline is, I think, the Chrome developers guideline website where they also cover all the main topics on accessibility. And I really love the last one is accessibility cast with Rob Dobson. It's like 30 videos up to 10 minutes each, and this is like very, very useful. And the best tip which I want to finish this presentation, start on your website projects with accessibility in mind. So because like design is always cheaper and always more effective than redesign. And so now it's your turn. I wanted you to be aware about accessibility, and now it's your turn to make some change. And every change you make, it's already the step in the right direction to make your website friendly for all your users. So set the standard in your industry and keep accessibility on top of mind for every project you start or new redesign you make. So it's your turn. Thank you. If you have any questions, raise your hand, or you can catch, yeah, please.
I'm just curious about, according to the W3C spec on HTML5, I can use multiple H1 tags with one document. Why do screen readers still focus on the H1 tag as a root instead of using the title tag?
Can you repeat the second part, because the second part, yeah.
Screen readers,
Yeah.
they still focus on the H1 tag, yeah, the H1 element.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Given that I should be allowed to use multiple H1 tags.
Yes.
So why don't they use instead the title tag or just the other tag?
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Because, like, for example,
I
in
know that as an example, WordPress doesn't even has a title.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So H tags, heading tags, you usually use for the bring more structure to your website, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a header. It's a header. Yeah.
You mean header or heading?
Yeah, the H1.
Yeah.
Header 1, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I can have multiple on one page.
Yes, yes.
Why do screen readers can't handle that?
Why it can handle? Actually, I had it on the product we built, Microsoft Teams. We had multiple also H tags, like from 1 to 4, and the screen reader actually jumps through each header, and it reads it correctly. So
Yeah, but if you have got multiple, more than one H1
yes, so,
page, I guess, right?
so it reads correctly. But you said that it's not read correctly for you. But you mentioned that it doesn't read correctly for you if you have multiple H tags.
H1s.
Yeah, H1s. Yeah, for actually we're trying and it reads correctly. Like I tried also. Like it reads all the tags. This is what you mean, like maybe.
I've got a few articles as an example.
Yes, yes.
Individual articles and they're an H1.
It's probably inertia at the moment because H1 is classically, as you said, it's classically taken as in the header.
Yeah, and it should be.
So it should,
should be
the
the
software
title,
hasn't
yeah.
picked up on it yet,
Yeah.
hasn't moved on to recognize it. You have a header tag and you have several H1. This is probably a matter of time only.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think so.
On the page title or something.
We can try after to see. Yeah, please.
Has Microsoft done any research into what percentage of the user products actually require these like accessibility modifications?
If they made research on if users require,
What percent?
oh,
Percentage of
Microsoft
users-
hasn't made this research.
They have not.
They have not. Like the
How-
state, the statistic I was shown is like from different institute of researches.
So I guess personally, on the products that you're working,
Yeah,
what percentage of the users that are using those products do you think actually require?
we do not make this statistic because it doesn't matter. If there is even the one person who need it, we will do it because it's all our users. And we actually, all this accessibility thing is not like particularly for make it better website for people with disabilities because it applies for everyone. So if you will not, like, we treat it as if you will not implement it, so our website is kind of useless for some part of our users, but we want it to be to be able to use for every user. So this is how we treat it. We don't make any research to know the statistic, how many users will need it.
I'm thinking not in, the context I'm thinking of is not in like a company like Microsoft where they have a lot of resources and can afford to do that. But let's say like a 20-person startup where they're thinking of whether they need to allocate resources to developing these features. Do you have any inklings that you think? Like, I don't know if it's a surprising number, something like 20% of users actually like have color problems or something.
No,
I don't
no,
know.
because usually users wouldn't report that. So the thing is also that usually, if you would like to make this research, usually users wouldn't tell if they have some impairments. And the other thing, yeah, there is like this common statistic about 20% of users worldwide. So you can potentially assume that around 20% of users can have some impairments who are using your website. And this is it. Like, no any other statistic or research that we make particular for some product.
So can I make a comment on that?
Yes,
So
sure.
I developed a photo gallery for a workshop with children, for them to look at what they did with their parents. And I know from the group of children, there were 20. One was colorblind, two had dyslexia, and then they look at this page with their grandparents. Maybe you don't know if they have visual impairment or if the parents themselves have visual impairment or something. So we put a description for every image. What was it about? And it was a photo gallery. So it's a lot of time, and we are a startup, and we really don't have much money. But we have to take the time, because even if like we know one kid has this problem or two children cannot be able to read the
Yes, yes.
descriptions, maybe it's good that they hear, they can listen to it, so it has to be like written properly and with the right tag as well. So
Yeah, you're right. It can take some time to do that, but it always gives you back, like, because more users will become more loyal to you because you're doing these things accessible, and yeah, and anytime, like, I understand that when you start up, it's kind of hard to find this time to make some things accessible. But after you are grown, you will figure out, well, maybe I need to make this accessible, and when you will try to redesign everything, it will take more and more time than you will start it from the beginning.
Thank you so much. We unfortunately do not have time for any more questions, but thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
I thought that was really interesting because that's a whole new perspective of web development that I've never seen or thought about, actually. So just a quick reminder, you can move around the tracks anytime you want if you ever want to try something new. The locations are pretty simple. You can step outside, there are maps everywhere, or you can approach people with teal t-shirts, volunteers, they'll point you to the right directions. We also want to point you out to the exhibition area where you can meet student groups and sponsors to learn more about what they do. Let's move on with the next talk from Mustafa Kurtuldu from Google about designing for speed and hacking users' perception. Let me know when you're ready. I'll introduce you again.
Yeah, cool.
Here's the back, right? If you can't hear the speakers, like, yeah. Sorry? Oh, it's for questions.
That's it.
Right. We do have to. I'll pass it to you once.
Do you want to show plug this up? Can you hear me fine, or do you? Yeah. Like that? How would I make it shorter? This is weird. That's right. Feels like a bow tie now. Yeah, sure. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Probably not.
All right, let's settle down.
I might forget, that's the problem. I could tie it to my head. Like that? Is that good enough?
I'll just speak slowly.
Sure.
All right, is everyone comfortable? Let's take our seats and let's welcome Mustafa Kultuldu from Google, Designing for Speed and Hacking Users' Perception.
Hello, can everyone hear me? And on the live stream, can you hear me? No, that wasn't going to work. So, my name's Mustafa, and I'm a design advocate. When I tell people that, they look at me as blankly as you are now. A design advocate, well, the official line, it's a two-way conversation between us and the industry. Doesn't mean anything. I look at it, we're like MPs, and the designers and developers are our constituents. So we go back to Google and say, these are the challenges that the community is having. And then we come up with solutions. So cross-platform is a really big issue. The solution was material design as one possible approach. So then we go out to the community and say, this is what we came up with. Please don't hate us. What I'd like, by trade, I'm a UX designer. So just to give you a bit of context there. What I'm going to talk to you about today is speed and how we can actually hack user perception. How much time do I have? Don't say that, because I only, like, you know.
I'll stop you if it goes too long. So.
No, that's not the problem. Usually I go too fast. Yeah. So speed, ironically. Why is it important? So if you're going to take anything from this talk, it's this concept of, why is this thing still up here? 1 second. Can I get rid of this? No, no, please don't kill my slides. No, my screen. Don't see my desktop, I'll get in trouble. All right, that's good enough. So if you're going to take anything from this talk today, this concept of occupied and unoccupied time is the one thing that you should be thinking about, and the principle about that. So there's a story about Houston Airport. Houston Airport used to get a lot of complaints about their luggage, passengers' luggage taking too long to get to the carousel. So what they did was they invested heavily, a lot of money, optimized the technology, got more people to actually work, and they optimized it down to about 7 minutes. And complaints were still really high. So what they did was they parked the plane further away from the terminal, and complaints went down to 0. Apart from being very evil, it's quite an interesting sort of like thing conceptually, because the time's the same. But you're filling the time with something. And I think if we take this conceptually, whatever I propose today, just think about that, how we can occupy people's time to hack user perception. So the talk's going to be broken down into 2 parts, research that we've done at Google for the last 2 years, different things about occupying time, and then I'm going to talk about some design proposals and a tool that we launched at Chrome Dev Summit 2 weeks ago that may help. So why is speed important? So like Financial Times, they are really, really analytical when they're looking at how they analyze their data, analyze their users. They put their users into these different buckets because it's not cost effective for them to try and pitch the user experience to everyone or like try to market to everyone. So they have this idea of if a user's coming to the Financial Times 9 times a month, then they're more likely to subscribe and continue their subscription. The subscription to the Financial Times is actually quite expensive. I think it's about 40 to 50 pounds a month. But the users, they have this metric which they calculate with these different variables. And the users that go 9 times a month will definitely continue subscribing. The users that actually go 5 times a month, they're like what they call the tipping point. And that's what they try to push. And so those are the users that they target. But what they found is by making their site 1 second faster, they actually increased user engagement for everyone. So even though they're focusing solely on what they call the tipping point users, just by increasing the speed of your sites and your apps in general will actually improve user engagement. And obviously the opposite is also true. So this number has been banded around for many years now. 53% of mobile visits will be abandoned after 3 seconds, right? And then that sort of accumulates. So for every 2 seconds, the bounce rate drops by 50% again. And then like conversion of the ones that remain will continue to drop for every second. So you're starting to see that even if you're focusing on one segment of users, it still is really important to make sure that your site is actually fast. But user behavior is affected by many different things. So we've spoken about occupied time, and we'll talk about some of the design devices and UI that you can do around that. But these other things will actually affect how a user perceives the site and how they actually interact with it, or app. We have research which we're going to go into each one of these points. The interesting one is importance. Sometimes when you see studies, you'll see that a percentage of users will still be there after 30 seconds, and that makes no sense. Why is someone doing that? Why do they hate themselves? And the concept here is the importance. If you're in a foreign country and you're trying to find a hospital and the map's taking 50 seconds to load, it doesn't matter if the site is slow, you're going to wait. Why? Because you have to. That's usually what the importance factor is. And it's quite the unfortunate metric there. And that's the sort of type of users that we want to really try and help. There's many stories of people dying even, just being able not to be able to find like life-threatening information just because a hospital website didn't have that. You know, it's like they say, there's the joke of university websites always like have the information that's on them is mostly like useless. All you want to know is term times, you know, when the next class is, and that's it. But most, it's like, why is this university so great, you know? So you want to focus on the content and the speed of the actual site and making sure that the most important information is there. State of body, people's body and where they are, standing or sitting, will affect how they perceive things. State of mind is the same thing. Again, it's obvious. If you're really anxious, adrenaline is pumping through your system, things will feel slower, right? And intention, what are people trying to do? What's their intent when they're actually visiting websites? So people's user behavior will be affected by these things. Now, there are other buckets, I'm sure, but the way I like to break it down is into these, just to start understanding how users perceive the web. Interestingly enough, it's not just necessarily a blanket thing. So when we do research, we don't just look at the whole web. We try to break it down into buckets and verticals. So be that finance, travel, retail. So you have like a general number and then like, you know, seeing what the difference is for like different verticals, as we call them, or different industries. But what's interesting is 30% of users are just browsing the web for no reason at all. They're just spending time. Another 30% of users are actually trying to find something, but, you know, just, you know, I don't know, what is Lady Gaga wearing, I suppose, or something random like that. Or not, I don't know. You guys are quite young, so I don't know what's the fashionable thing at the moment. I'm very old. But what, you'll be surprised. I'm almost 40. So 29% of users are actually doing something. They have a specific target, which is quite interesting. A third of users, roughly, actually are doing something for a specific reason. That number increases for financial websites to 57%, which again makes logical sense. No one visits a bank site just for fun, right? And then if you look at, say, the 30% that's trying to find stuff out, 49% is travel sites. Again, people are just wanting to see, is there a cheap deal? Are ticket prices changing? Again, this all makes logical sense. But people's intention is very different. And people's visits will be triggered by many different things. But again, this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If sites are really slow, people will abandon them very quickly, even if they're just generally looking. So you have to be thinking, how can I make sure that I convert these 2 buckets of 60% combined into being on the other side? Like, what can I do to make that experience much more faster and make it much more delightful? So where do people browse on the mobile web? Ironically, at home, which is quite weird. If you think about it, a mobile device should be mobile. But why is that? Well, a couple of reasons. Wi-Fi is at home. Wi-Fi is much more solid connection. There may be privacy reasons as well. People feel much more comfortable searching for certain things at home. Who knows what that could be? But the key thing here is most people are searching or like looking at things from home. Again, is this another self-fulfilling prophecy? Is the internet connection or the speed of sites really slow that people don't trust looking at them on a mobile network? What can we change? And generally speaking, a person's state of mind at home is relaxed and calm. But we'll get onto some of that in a bit. And you know, again, sites, like the speed of sites will vary depending on where someone is. So like sites will load faster from home rather than when they're out about, or this is how people perceive. There is a fact of reality is at play here, but then when people are out and about, generally speaking, things feel slower. The other thing that's quite interesting is what we see is when people are, say, on e-commerce sites, they will add stuff to basket over the course of a day from their mobile device, but then when they get home, they actually pay on their desktop. Why is that? Is there something, what is happening to users where they're trusting their desktop over their mobile? We see again and again that mobile is winning the war of both devices, but we still see this statistics. In terms of the money that's being made, desktop is still on top. What is happening? Again, is that because people feel that if they buy something on their mobile, it might not go through? Is there a trust issue there? Is it a speed issue? But it's quite interesting. Just user behavior. Also, the other thing that's quite interesting, as a sort of aside, is user experiences are traversing across devices. They're not just saying, I'm going to use mobile for everything. They'll start on mobile, finish on desktop. So you have to be thinking about your experiences and how you can actually continue that on and make it as seamless as possible for the users. Don't worry, eventually I'll run out of numbers and we can look at some cool stuff. If you want to fall asleep at this point, feel free. If you ask people how important is speed, they always say it's really important. And for a designer, this can be quite depressing, because when we actually look at the hierarchy of UX, speed is out on top. Now, for me, the most important thing is how attractive a site looks, right? That's what I sell to people. But how long a page takes to load is the most important thing. This is where I suppose experiences with native apps and web differ. I think sometimes the really rich experiences that you find on native apps, people will wait in certain countries. But generally speaking, speed is the most important thing on the web. All right? Then we start, what's the next important thing? How easy it is to find something. So again, we're talking about information hierarchy here. Again, which will affect someone's perceived speed. Because if they can't find something quickly, they'll assume the experience is slow. And then is responsive and how simple it is to use. And the last one is how attractive it is. But speed is broken up into two parts, the real and the perceived. And human beings are weird, you know. We perceive things slightly slower than reality. So we see a delay, which is odd. And what's really strange is a third of users will perceive a site to be slower even though it's technically fast. So when all of my colleagues at Google say, make your site really fast, your sites could still be slow if you're not employing techniques to actually hack users' perception. And that's actually quite scary, because you could be optimizing using Lighthouse, doing every single trick in the book, but your sites could still feel slow. And interestingly enough, the way people perceive will change by age. So the younger you are, the slower things are. Why is that? Well, adrenaline, right? More adrenaline in the blood system. As I said earlier, the faster, the slower everything around you feels because you're traveling much faster, therefore things feel slower. So if your experiences are designed specifically for a younger market, this stuff becomes even more critical for you. And as the older you get, the more normal, I suppose, that's probably not the right word to use, you become, although I would say that. And again, it's like if people are sat down, well, I just went loud again. If people are sat down, things feel slower. Things feel faster than when people are on the move, they feel slow. Again, it's this adrenaline thing that's at play. So the perception of speed is really important. And again, like, okay, the number stuff we're through, that was all quite boring, so I've sold you why it's important. Let's look at some fun things now. Oh, more statistics. You see, this is what happens when you do your slides really early and you forget to memorize them all. Anyways, so the average web page content is 52%. So most sites are made up of images. So I don't know if, has anyone seen this app that we launched at Chrome Dev Summit? It looks like an amazing app, but it's a web app. It's a progressive web app. And I designed it. And they never gave me credit for it. They did, but only as an engineer, which really annoyed me. I'm not an engineer. So let's, don't see my desktop, I'll get in trouble. So Scoosh is an image optimization tool. You can drag and drop. I can't because the images on my desktop are secret. They're not really, they're just screenshots, and I'm just embarrassed by the mess. And then you have a bunch of example images. So the idea is that you actually load an image. We can pinch to zoom. This works on mobile. Way! And then you have all these different codecs that you get from the browser. So this is like MozJPEG. So we can change the quality. And if you see down here, this will process. And the actual image is like 88% smaller. And then we have lots of different codecs that you can actually play with. And then this is the original image. So say if we want to just let's copy the styles across and say, actually, let's look at WebP. Excuse me. And if we just drop the quality, this will work eventually. And then you can actually make a comparison. And then if you actually zoom up, you can actually see, wow, it's amazing. Then you can actually download the images. So please check this out. It's just, I mean, it's a technical thing, but optimizing images is a thing that we should all do. So Scoosh app, and it's amazing. So at Chrome Dev Summit, we did, like Jake did a demo and showed that the images that we're even using on the IO website were huge, like the main banner image. And we were able to just reduce it by 83% just by changing some of the settings in the codecs. It works across all browsers, which is a miracle for a Google product. That joke was used by Jake, so if I get in trouble, he gets in trouble. I'm taking him down with me. But if you want to check the code, it's all open source, so please, by all means, do. So just going back to actual speed, again, for a site to feel fast, 200 milliseconds is good. 1 second if you want it to be feeling really smooth. 5 seconds is acceptable if it's a part of a flow, but then you're really pushing it, and by 8 seconds you'll lose someone's attention. So generally speaking, you want to keep it to like the 1 second rule, or to make it feel like as a maximum. Maybe 3 seconds again for the initial experience, but as part of the flow, 5. You have to be very careful there because you really are pushing it. On mobile browsers, they will disable tap targets while the thing is loading. This again comes to perceived speed. It's not necessarily just about the images being small or things loaded quickly. It's actually the responsiveness of the UI. If a user can see a button and they can't press it, it will feel slow. Something will feel janky and broken, even if it's loading really fast. So you can remove this like 300 millisecond tap delay just by adding some HTML that I'm told works. Again, going on with this responsiveness, in material design, we have a thing called the ripple. So when you press or tap a button, you have this kind of ripple effect. This is one way of doing things stylistically. The main thing here is you're actually responding to the user's touch. Again, you have the 300 millisecond delay as from the slide before. This is like telling the user, yes, what you've done has worked. Because again, another challenge that you see with forms, if a user doesn't have any kind of feedback mechanism, they'll press the submit button again, and again, and again, and again, and the experience just keeps resetting itself. So you want to make sure that the user is reassured and empowered by saying, yes, we know what you've wanted, and we're actually doing the actual action that you wanted. So using a ripple is one technique. Hover, whatever style you want to do, that's up to you. But the key thing is conceptually, you want to basically inform the user that what they've done has been acknowledged. This is another weird thing. Stylistically, this style has changed. Like in the late 90s, Apple had this Chrome look that doesn't really exist anymore. So you see these weird, bubbly progress bars. But the third one from the bottom, 11% of users actually feel that it loads faster because the ripples are going to the left. That's weird. That's very weird. This may be an English or Latin-based thing as well. It may be reversed in countries like Arab countries or in Israel. So maybe because we're reading from left to right, there might be effect there. The thing that we know, and starting to see more in research, is that animations that start slow and start pulsating and getting faster make the experience feel faster. Why that is, I have no idea. But this effect seems to like the sense of urgency or the sense of quickness seems to be like instilled in a person. Like with material design, we have this like animations will always start slow. So on the web, we know animation is a real big killer. So you have to be really careful where you do put in animation. So you say, where should I put it? If you're doing an e-commerce site, when someone's putting their credit card details and press submit, that's maybe a good place to do something because they have to wait, so maybe you're delaying something. Maybe in an intro screen, that might be somewhere. If someone sent a message or there's a place in your apps or sites where the user has to wait for a signal, maybe that's the place to do it. But obviously, you always have to be cautious with animation. Again, going back to sort of responsiveness, you want to kind of make transitions stagger. And these little delightful details will distract a user long enough to actually allowing your site to load. So if anything happens, if there's like a drop in signal or whatever, you're still keeping the user active and occupying their time just by these small little things. Skeleton screens. You can't see that, but there is something loading. Oh, there we go. So skeleton screens are quite an interesting thing. Some people hate them. From the research that we find, they're actually quite good when used in combination with other things. You can't see this because of the light, but there are grey boxes there. There you go. So imagine there's grey boxes where that content is. Generally speaking, the rules on skeleton screens are this. You should never block content. What happens is a lot of sites implement skeleton screens where they'll block everything and then they'll show all the content. What you need to do is progressively show something as soon as it exists. Now, as a designer, I prefer to have the finished thing in front of the user like that. Users don't like that. It feels longer. So if the font type is ready, show it. If the image is ready, show it. Don't wait for this mass reveal. And I'll give examples. The worst thing you can do is a blank screen, because the user has no idea. Apart from this is like Chrome, but you see like a little blue bar across the top. Apart from that indicator, user has no idea what's coming, whether it's broken, has the network died, what's going on. So that's the worst thing, showing a blank screen, because that just feels forever. Again, this is like being at the terminal, waiting for your suitcase. The next worst thing, I suppose, or slightly better, is the spinner. Why? Because, again, think about it conceptually. You can do any UI you want, but think about what the spinner is telling them. Just wait. So you don't have a blank screen, something is going on, but what? Who knows? And for how long? We find these are quite negative in research that we've done with our apps. The one on from that is the skeleton screen, the grey boxes. One feedback that we get from users is the site feels broken. Why is it grey? What's wrong with it? So it's better than the other ones because it shows that there is something coming, but it doesn't give any context to the user at all. And again, it's quite blocking. You don't want to block content. The best way to do it is a combination of different things, specifically metadata if you can. So in this example app that we've got, you have the date, the content loading, you're informing the user that something is coming and what the context of the information that's coming. You want to try and put as much metadata there as possible. Obviously, don't overdo it because a user may not have time to read everything, but just be informative and contextual. Again, this is all about reassurance. And then in combination, you'll see them all loading, hopefully at the same time. No, because these are animated GIFs. So like the way we, see that looks so much better on my screen. There's lots of gray boxes, if you can just imagine them. So this is YouTube. What YouTube does is when the connection is slow, it blocks everything and only loads the video, which is crazy, right? Because the video is the largest thing on the page, but it's the most important thing. So maybe when you're loading your content, you have to think about what's the most important key thing and have like a hierarchy of UI that you will load first. In this case, we always load the video first. And there was an interesting study that was done about a month ago that found, again, users respond to skeleton screens by thinking that the duration of the loading is actually shorter than it actually is. So you can check out more of the research when we share the slides. But if you look up Bill Chung, he does a lot of research on sort of skeleton screen and perception. Again, there is something definitely there with this pulsating animation and staggering thing that actually makes things feel faster, and he goes into a lot more detail. A lot of it comes down to this concept of thinking and working, or what we say processing and progressing. If the app or site or whatever feels like it's processing, it feels like it's taking forever. If you show it like some progress, however small it may be, the user can see something at sight. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel. The processing, they don't know when the light is going to come. That's one way of thinking of it. So this is like thinking and working. Thinking is bad, working is better. So that's what you want to do. Again, in this example, we're not using a skeleton screen for the better one, but again, it's like, think about it conceptually. How can I make the concept of progressing and working in my UI? And like Trivago did an experiment where when you're searching for like hotels, if the internet connectivity dies at any point, as it can do, like sometimes we think offline is just, you know, network failure, but it can happen anyway. Like in London, we have a lot of dead zones between old buildings which block the network. You go through tunnels. Offline and online is not like some small binary thing. It can be a temporary thing. You go through a tunnel, you lose connection, it comes back again. And Trivago knows this. So what they did is they have this little game that you can play while the connectivity is, while the app is waiting for connectivity. So it's like, don't worry, we've saved your results. It will come. We're just going to wait for the internet to come back. And in that meantime, why don't you play this game? And they retained users by doing this, by up to 67%. Continued the experience. Why? Because they're occupying their time. Like if you were to propose this to like the boss of a company, they'd say, this is such a, why would you do that? Such a waste of time. But it actually worked. So we like to show this Trivago example of, these are like the clever things you can do. Typical things people do, they'll throw a UI that says, site offline. But you don't have to do that. You can do anything. Again, occupy the user's time as much as possible. Navigation patterns are a really big, important thing. Like, generally speaking, we say out of sight, out of mind. Now, I gave a version of this talk in Ukraine a month ago. And because I always do my things on time, I had a case study on the world's greatest social network. You know what I'm talking about. G+. And I did my slides 2 weeks before the talk, and that was the week they killed it. Imagine how I felt on stage talking about how they enriched user experiences by keeping user engagement. I removed it from here, but I still wanted to mention it because it's quite funny and humiliating. But there was a case study in there where they showed by using this concept of out of sight, out of mind. So if you show menu items or tasks to a user, they will do it. If you hide it, they won't, right? Makes obvious sense. So in material design, we have many different navigational patterns. We have like top tabs. You'll see this in most Android apps. We have bottom navigation, which is the popular thing. Again, what we find is this is really, really successful. I'll go into more details as to why. We have the floating action menu button. If you're familiar with Android systems, you will know this. If not, the floating action menu button, or the FAB, what it tries to explain conceptually is you take an action in your app, and you force the user to make a call. You say, right, you're going to send a tweet, you're going to save a video offline. You just condense it down to one action. You force them. Rather than showing 101 different menu items, you say you just show one. And we find in some of the research I'll show you in a bit that user engagement goes up. Why? Because you're forcing the user to make a choice. So as app makers, it's not about adding as many features as possible. It's stripping it down to the one task that you want your users to make. App bars, again, this is more like status. And then like we have like bottom app bars, which is a new thing in material design. Again, ergonomically, this makes sense because users being able to actually navigate from the bottom is easier because the way our hands are and the way we hold phones. Navigational drawer, or hamburger menu as it's sometimes commonly known, is probably one of the worst design patterns we have. Simply because out of sight, out of mind, we find that users don't necessarily know what a hamburger might. Still, they don't know what it means. When you're designing anything, I always say, if in doubt, go with the most obvious thing and test as much as possible. But there are cases and apps which need to have lots of menu items. So for example, eBay, they can't just have one button on a screen, buy everything. I don't know what you would do. They have to have it. So in these cases, it's fine, but you will be reducing the frequency of these items, so engagement will drop. So that's just like a cautionary thing. And then we have this new thing called a backdrop, which is basically the same sort of thing conceptually. Instead of the UI coming from the left, as an overlay is coming from underneath from the top. So again, these are like different patterns you can use. But which works best? So Facebook saw like, you all heard of Facebook, right? Yeah, me neither. My jokes get worse, trust me. So they saw like a perception of speed change, just going from navigational drawer or hamburger menu to bottom navigation. That's interesting, perception of speed. Why? Because from taking 2 taps to do an action, you've just got 1. That feels faster. So again, the perception is how it feels as well. Red Booth, they saw session time increase by 70%. Spotify, again, they cut down their menu items and only show specific ones. And they saw like those ones that they showed, engagement goes up by 30%. This is quite obvious, right? You take away stuff and only show limited things, and suddenly more people are tapping on them. So as app makers, we have to make a choice. We have to make a call. Like, what is it that we want our users to do? Sometimes stripping back away is the best thing you can do, rather than trying to add more features. Doesn't necessarily always add more value. The Hunt, I believe, is an Australian app. They saw like engagement go up by condensing all of their actions into one button. Like, what do they want the user to do? And again, Trello saw the same thing, increasing user sessions just by, forcing the user to make a choice. And it forces us as app makers to make a choice as well. What do we want our users to do? So, out of sight, out of mind. So I'm almost finished. Was that fast? Boom, boom. Like I said, they get worse, trust me. So in summary, you want to avoid blank screens as much as possible. You want to actually make sure that you're progressing, not processing, in anything that you do. Distract the users as much as possible, and put navigation front and center. And collectively, all these things will make your experiences feel much faster. And always park the plane further away from the terminal. Yeah. I'll share these slides after, but yeah. But there's more. I have some free stuff. Is that right? Okay. That's all right. We have an ebook, because what's better on the web than having a PDF, right? This goes through some of the detail that I went through, the research and like technical things you can do. So you can download this. This was in collaboration with awards.com. So it has the data and technical things that you can apply. There's some of it in more detail. And then this last week, 3 days ago, everyone taking their pictures, I'll let you take pictures. We're done? Okay, cool. We launched a new ebook called Progressive Web Apps, the Future of the Web, also a PDF. Because that's how we roll. This was done in collaboration with Microsoft, which was cool. Christian Hellman wrote some stuff. I wrote some stuff as well. Again, we'll go into some of the things which I've spoken about. We talk about Trivago and other design things that you can do when working offline. So please do check that out. And thank you. If I haven't bored you with my crap sense of humor, you feel free to ask questions.
Just give us a minute as we run around the room passing mics around.
Hello, excellent talk.
Thank you.
I'm completely sold to improve improve my page speed, page load time, and I really like the idea of this like progressively loading content. But I'm confused as how I'd implement that in the case of, say, server-side rendered blog feed. I've got all the blog like snippets that I want to show, but I want to load them all at once for SEO purposes. How would I progressively load something like that?
So one of my colleagues, Surma, he only has one name, apparently. He wrote a thing with WordPress, like creating WordPress as a progressive web app, which you can check out on GitHub. And he goes into detail of like how he does that, because a lot of the PWAs that you see are single page apps, right? Yeah. So it's much more straightforward to actually load everything or progressively load things. Or like if you're loading JavaScript or whatever. But what he does is he goes through how you can do that with WordPress by doing stuff server-side and then sending it to the front end. I'm not a developer.
No problem.
That's my calling card. But yeah, Surma wrote an article. If you check out Web Fundamentals, or Google's documentation site, he goes into that detail. And also on GitHub, there is like the repo that you can check out as well.
Excellent, thank you.
That's right. There was a question over here, I think. Would you?
Just a general thing about, so yeah, using animation to try and occupy the user's time, but at what point does that kind of backfire? It just becomes too cluttered and too much going on, too annoying, or too, yeah. Basically.
So many years ago, I was working for a company called Bazaar Voice, and what they do is Bazaar, they design a lot of rating systems and review systems for e-commerce sites. And sometimes the designers like would have like maybe 2 days to design something really quickly. So what they used to say is, pick one thing and focus on that entirely, and make sure that one thing is designed really well, and like let the rest just be just general. So I would say the same thing. You don't want to animate everything, because again, you will run into problems. Also, especially on the web, every time you change something, you can end up forced repaints. This causes performance issues. There is a technique that my colleague Paul Lewis came up with called Flip, where you can actually use clip-in masks and clips, CSS clip stuff, which actually doesn't force a repaint from what I can remember, or transforms, which I recommend checking out, like these small animation techniques you can do in CSS. And also he's got like some things he's doing with Houdini, and I'd say again, like that's the new thing at the moment, how you can actually use the browser's full power by using Houdini. I don't know the technical spec of that. Again, I would say check it out on our documentation site. But just pick one small thing and run with that. Don't try to animate everything, because again, you're right. You will have a problem, and we will slow things down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Otherwise, you're free to go. Free from me.
Let's give Mustafa another round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you for the amazing questions. That actually took me back to 2014 when material design first came out. I remember I was 15, I was back home in Singapore and watching Google I/O, and I was like, this is beautiful. I can finally tell all my iOS friends that Android is beautiful too.
Are you up next?
I think it was a really interesting talk because it showed me all the different practical aspects of design and how that can be used to make user experiences a lot better. Right, while we set up for our next talk, feel free to move around, feel free to switch tracks. Do check out our exhibition area, take a seat, and get comfortable. We'll be starting shortly.
Is everything ready? Yeah, it's ready. Yep.
Okay, all good.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes and then we'll start.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, you did it. All right, let's start it. Okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, that's okay, but we can do better, right? We are almost there. I know that's like when I have the talk before lunch, it's quite, scary because everybody starts to be hungry. But let's start it again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yay, that's way better. Okay, so as you can see, we have a slightly different title, but keep with me, it's the same. Don't worry, don't go. All right, so this is my Twitter and Instagram handler. So my DM is open if you have any questions after the talk, or if you want to implement Firebase on your product, you can reach me out. It's also my Gmail, so feel free to ask me anything. Okay, so I would like to ask you a favor. If you have a mobile device, go to this URL. This is the project that I'm working on, and I'm going to demonstrate it live, so it would be nice to have you interacting as well. Okay? Did you have time to write it down? All right, let's keep moving. Okay, so I'm born in Brazil, and I'm currently living in Dublin, working for ERS. And by the way, we are hiring, so maybe, you know, if you want to move to Ireland, let me know. Talk to me later. I really like to travel. I don't know why, but I do like. So it's quite funny because I've been traveling more in Europe than in my own country, and it's pretty nice. And it's really nice that most of those dots over there, it's related to community stuff. I really love to help community, share knowledge, go to hackathons, conference, and this kind of stuff. So, as I told you before, I work for ERS, and it's been really interesting to work with C#. My background is JavaScript, but I have this challenge to work with .NET, C#, Microsoft infrastructure. I've never, you know, imagined myself work with this kind of technology, but you know, life happens. And so when we think about the workflow as a developer, it's interesting that sometimes we are just, you know, developing the client side, and sometimes we are developing the back end, sorry. CSS on my mind, I don't know. The back end, and sometimes you need to do everything. So that's me nowadays, you know, working with the APIs, building the API, and then doing the integration with the client side. And you need to think about this like in a whole process. And sometimes it's easier for you because you are developing both things. But if you are not, you can use Firebase. That's a really interesting thing. But let's move like bit by bit. Okay, so I'm really passionate about to-do lists. And it's quite funny because when you go to a presentation, there are only two things that they are building, right? It's a to-do list or a chat app. And, well, here I am with a to-do list. But let's see if we can do like cool stuff. And I try to keep organized myself with Google Keep. Not this version. This version is recently, but I started with the old one. And we also have this Google Tasks that you can use integrated with other Google products. But you can't use like as a standalone web application yet. I don't know why. And it's available for Android and iOS. Also, come on, all right. We have Microsoft To Do. And it's quite interesting because I really, really like the UI. It's beautiful and it's really functional. And also they have some, you know, like intelligence that if you are skipping some tasks, they identify and they have this area that they say, hey, you really need to complete this. So I've been trying this as well. And with all this, I was thinking earlier this year, what can I build, you know, to share with our community, our developer community, and they can learn a little bit about web technology and Firebase. And guess what? What a genius. Let me build a to-do list, right? Let me do this. Yeah, so I asked this guy here, Chris. He's also a Google Developer Expert for Firebase. And we decided to create two apps, one using Angular and another one using React. So he was like developing the React app, and I was trying to develop the Angular app. So the idea was like to launch this website, Full Stack Firebase, with a course that we would launch on Udemy. And he accomplished that. So if you want to go to the website, you can see the course later on. It's all about React and Firebase. But luckily, I could build the app, the Angular one. So if you go to How to Firebase, this GitHub organization, you can see all the code there. You can see the Firelist Angular, built with Angular, of course, Firelist React, and the full stack Firebase. So all documentation, the code, everything is open source, and the idea is to help the community to learn Angular, React, and Firebase. So with that, let's jump into how we can create a progressive web app using web technologies and Firebase. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about Angular, but you can use like whatever you want. So when we are starting a project, a good way to start is with a CLI. And I really like the Angular CLI because they have tons of functionalities. React, they also have. Vue.js also have. So I strongly recommend using Hyper.js. Hyper.js is I think is a kind of friendly terminal, and I really like it because you can customize with CSS, you know, and it's built with web technologies, so you can also learn a little bit about this. All right, so if you are not like best friend of your terminal, you can use Angular Console. And Angular Console is going to do everything for you that you could use your terminal. So don't be scared. You don't need to use the terminal if you don't want. And basically, what we have is this ability that you go there, you install the app, and it's available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. And the Angular Console will create everything for you. And if you need to do anything else, you can go to Angular Console and run different commands. It's pretty nice. So, and after that, you just need to create a new project. In my case, Firelist Angular. And then it's interesting also to see that the Angular CLI team, they are really try to make it more friendly for you to use also like this Angular CLI with some questions. And it's really interesting because you can, you know, do I need a routing? Do I need CSS? Or can I use SAS? And they are trying to include more options, so it will be really easy for you to keep going. All right, so how many of you are using unit testing today? Okay, unit testing. All right, cool. Oh, that's nice. Great. And what I like about Angular CLI is also generates the test specs. So sometimes for developers, it's a little bit scary to start with testing when they listen this word testing. It's kind of scary. How can I start, and what can I do? So with Angular CLI, you're going to see the spec, and you can have a better sense what you can do with the tests. And it's pretty interesting. If you are building apps for production, please use tests, okay? All right. And then we have end-to-end. So end-to-end is a little bit different kind of test. It's easier. So if you don't use test at all, start with end-to-end. It's going to be good for you, for your mind, and for your project. And for Angular specifically, they have Protector. But what I really recommend is Cypress. So Cypress.io you can use with any kind of web app, right? It doesn't matter the framework, and you can also test your websites. So it's pretty dope. And you can also download the native app, and also Mac, Linux, and Windows. So please, please, please start to use tests on your product. And if you have anything from this talk later on, it will be at least cypress.io. Go home and start to write some tests. It's really easy just to feel, you know, and then when you go back to work, recommend to your team. All right, and one little tip that I really like is not to use localhost for everything. So what I like to do is to have, for example, firelist.angular and have the Angular app, firelist.react and have the React app. And you can do this quite easily with some configurations. And of course, you need to change your etc host. And, come on. All right, one more. Okay. And if you use Firebase, you also need to authorize that specific domain that you are using to use authentication. Cool. So this is kind of the initial app that I had like months back. And then I just changed it a little bit. You put some links there, the ability to add and remove links. And this is the pull request example. So what I'm doing basically is for each feature that I'm developing, I'm creating a pull request and giving some like list here what I did with some information, with pictures, and more information if needed. So if you want to go and follow all pull requests, it's really nice for you to see how the progress is going related to development. And for example, if you want to see the feature that when you share your note with a friend, it's sending an email, you can go there and you see the pull request and you can learn exactly how I built that specific part. So, of course, documentation is really important. When you start with something new, the first thing that you need to do is go to documentation and read a little bit. Please do it because it's really important. And you can start counting now the times that I'm going to say documentation in this presentation. All right, so this is a little recap just to be in your mind. And one of the best things to do as a web developer or a developer in general is be curious, right? It's indispensable for you. And please, again, read the documentation. OK, yeah, so I have some resource for each section. You can have this presentation later on. It's on my Twitter already, but you can also take photos now. OK, so this is kind of trying to go to the moon, so let's see. One thing that I want to try is to show you here the steps that I took. OK, so this is the Firelist web app, or progressive web app, or app, whatever you want to call. And so the left side is the code, and then we can start to play around. So one thing that I want to show you before start is the authentication, okay? So in terms of authentication, it's pretty simple. If you already opened the app, you saw this screen with connect with Google, Facebook, and everything. And as you can see here, it's pretty simple. So I have this event handler here, connect with Google, on my template. And when I go with the component itself, I have also the connect with Google. And this basically is calling the sign in with Google as a part of the authentication service. And the authentication service, we have some details here. It's you can check this out later. But basically, this sign-in is here, and we have some helper methods here. So if we go to sign in with Google, basically, we are calling sign in, passing the provider that we want. And this is basically what we have here. So For each provider, we have the correct provider from the UI, and then we use Firebase auth with signing with pop-up, and it's going to have everything for us. That's pretty basic stuff. How you can use Firebase authentication, it's really, really simple, and the API is super nice, and you can see later on. So remember to also handle some kind of errors. In this case here, we have this account exists with different credential. So when we are dealing with Firebase, you can have multiple accounts with the other providers. So it's also one thing that you can go and see what's the error or treat this in a better way. I didn't have time to treat it in a better way, so I'm just using alert. Brilliant. Okay, so let's go back here, and let's go to progressive web apps. This is a small section. We have a full presentation about progressive web apps after lunch, so keep that in mind and come back. So with the CLI, you just go and you say neg add Angular PWA. And with this, the Angular CLI is going to take care of everything that you need to do. As you can see here, like creating some files, updating some files, and otherwise, you would need to do this by yourself. And that's the power of this CLI too, right? So if you're using a CLI, it's going to speed up your productivity. And then, if you want to learn more about schematics, it's a great thing to do if you are considering to develop with Angular. So once again, documentation is very important, and we have like a full documentation about service worker and how you can deal with different situations. And basically, when we are talking about progressive web apps, probably you heard about this already, this term, right? And we are talking about SSL, service worker, and a manifest file, right? So these three things are like the basic thing that you can do to turn your app into a progressive web app. And as you can see here, the contrast is not that good, but you have a negswconfig JSON file, and you have a manifest JSON file. So the last one is just to configure your service worker, and the manifest JSON is what you need to enable other capabilities, like, for example, add to your home screen. So if you are curious about web app manifest, you can go to this website, the MDN. It's a pretty nice website that you can, learn more about things. And I really encourage you to, when you are diving into any kind of specific feature, learn what you can do with that specific feature. All right, and for testing, you just go there and you build your app. You can do this pretty easily with any CLI. And after that, you can go to Chrome DevTools. And with Chrome DevTools, you're going to have the ability to play around with the service workers here. And it's really, really interesting. You can test when you are offline, update on reload, bypass for network. You can test everything related to your service worker. And also, the pwa.rocks is a great resource for you if you want to see other progressive web apps. You can go there and check. They have tons of examples, and it's pretty nice. So with that, I also would like to tell you in terms of where we can install progressive web apps. As you can see here, I have this example using a Mac OS. You still need to enable these desktop PWAs. It's behind the flag, but you can see that we can install a progressive web app on a Mac. It's pretty powerful. It's really interesting. And then That's what we have today in terms of progressive web app. If you have a product or if you want to, talk with your team about progressive web apps, you can show this to it and say, hey, look at this. We are pretty much covered. We have like almost everything that we need. And as you can see, macOS is still behind the flag. And also, the implementation is currently on Edge. So I'm really excited about progressive web apps. And if you are not yet, hopefully after today, you're going to be as well. All right. So this is a pre-recap. And interesting here that you just need the manifest.json and the NGSW configuration in terms of Angular. And for the SSL, we are going to see the Firebase host in a moment. All right. So more resource for you if you want to dive deep into progressive web apps. And we are closer. So let's see here what we can do in terms of configuration. So this is the configuration file, okay? So you just need to say, hey, I need this install mode like prefetch, and the resource that I want to cache is like the CSS, JavaScript, HTML icon, and so if you have other assets, you can include here as well, and you can say that's lays. So it's a little bit more complicated if you want, but the documentation is there for you. Don't be scared. And then the manifest.json is just a file, like a JSON file with like lots of stuff that you can include. But basically, you just need like a name, short name, and then you are going to provide a theme color, background color, just for the browser to handle better your branding. And this display mode is also really interesting. You need to, come up with this behavior if you want to stand alone, if you want like full screen. It depends on how you want to deal with your progressive web app. Because if you are going full screen, you don't have the browser capabilities. So for example, the user can't go back because there's no browser capabilities. So you need to handle everything in terms of navigation if you go standalone or full screen. And then you can have other things here, and the icons are pretty important. So you can, go crazy with sizes to better represent in different devices. And with this, you go to your index.html and you place your manifest.json over there, and that's pretty much what you need for the browsers to understand that you have this manifest.json file, and now the browser can treat it a little bit better. So if you went to the firelist.app, you saw like a pop-up add to your home screen, and if you add to your home screen, it's going to be treated as a separate process, and you're going to see the app by itself. Okay, so let's go back. And now, let's talk a little bit about design, because we are developers, and sometimes we can't draw anything, or we can't make anything beautiful. I know it's my own experience, and it's interesting because Bootstrap, for example, is really powerful, because when we started to use Bootstrap, everything was like, wow. Now it's really interesting. We have this navigation here, we have these components, and everything is really, really nice. And then in terms of design, I really like material design. So material design, you can set up it really easily with Angular material if you use Angular. Okay, they have everything for you in other frameworks, React UI, Vue material, and other things. And once again, if you really want to understand a little bit better, go where? Come on, guys. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and then what I'm really fan about Angular material is that we have all components, and as you can see here, the list is really, really huge. So whatever you need in terms of Angular material, you can go there and you can see the components and see, hey, that's what I need. I'm going to just grab this component and use inside of my app. And with the latest version, they have this drag and drop. So if you are, dealing with something, the feature that needs drag and drop, you can use this. And also this virtual scrolling. So it's pretty powerful for performance. So if you have a list and like tons of items, go with virtual scrolling because this is what you need for performance. And then, let's go. Okay. All right, so you can use the npm install. This is terrible because you need to do everything by yourself. But once again, we have the neg add command. So this is brilliant. You just go there, Angular material, and it's going to run the command and set up everything for you, update the correct files, and you are good to go. So once again, productivity is really powerful because it's going to give you more time to focus on other things that you really need. So this is only available after DevKit 6, just to keep in mind. And if you need gestures, touch gestures, Hammer.js is brilliant. We are using Hammer.js at work, and it works just brilliant. We are doing some features related to swipe left and swipe right. It's not Tinder, but if you really need something like that, go with the Hammer.js, and for any kind of web app you can use, not related to Angular only. But of course, the CLI set up Hammer.js for you as well. And in terms of how you can structure your app, I really recommend you to have a module with the Angular material and pick only the components that you need. With this, you're going to reduce your bundle size, and it's going to be more performant. So here I'm using lots of components, but another thing that you can do is just include the components from material design where you really need it, right? So you can also reduce even more your bundle size, including just the components in the separate module. I can talk a little bit about this in a moment. All right, so if you're building something and you want to share with your friends or with the developer community, you can use StackBlitz. StackBlitz is really awesome, and they have integration with Firebase as well. So this is a URL, I think it's like the second version of this app. And as you can see there, I was playing a little bit with the Angular material components. But it's also, you can also go and use a GitHub repository. So you can go with stackblitz.com with a GitHub repository, and it's going to be really easy for you to show to whatever you want. And well, if you are starting today, if you want to start something today with Angular material and other capabilities, I really, really recommend you to check this project, NGRX Material Starter. They have everything that you need, icons, Bootstrap, internationalization, themes, Cypress integrated, lazy loading, everything, just everything that you need, you can find here, and you can start right away. I would really like to, have started with this little thing here, but, I did this all by myself. But that's the great thing about community. All right, so that's a little bit of recap here, and more resource if you want to understand a little bit more about Angular material. And the first one is the link that you need to use the material starter. Okay. All right, halfway, stay with me. Let's see here. Okay, so if you explore a little bit around here, you're going to see like different material components. So we have the cards here with this list. We have the float action button here. So when you click on the float action button, you go to this screen with the possibility to add a new node. And then if you go inside of this component, we also have, let me just increase a little bit here. We also have like description. We have our to-dos. We can share with friends, and we can do other actions over there. So it's all related to the material design, and you can apply the same functionality on your project, and it's really interesting. So, so for example, here I can share with some friends here, and that's one thing that I want you to do. I want you to go there to the firelist.app, and you're gonna create a note, okay? And you're gonna share your note with me. So this is pretty basically, you go there, and you click here, and then you're gonna share. So I'm gonna share with my wife. Okay. That's it. Oh, sorry, not .co. Sorry. Okay, .com. All right. So when you share with me, it's going to show up here on my screen. So maybe no. Okay. Come on. All right. Good. Oh, seriously, I don't believe it's unbelievable. Okay, it happens, right? It's live demo. Okay, so I have here my, okay, I have here my app as well. So I connected with the other user here. In this case, my main user, fullstackfirebase.com. Okay, and then I can start to interact with the app here. And via Firebase, it's going to do whatever I want. So let's say here that I want to change the date. I'm going to change the date, and then I'm going to add here like some emojis, because why not? And I'm going to change here to 2018. So that's the kind of possibility that you have when you are building with Firebase, right? Because you just go there, and you can go and in real time change everything, and you're going to be just fine. Okay, let's go back to the presentation here. And I need to talk a little bit more about Firebase. Okay, how many of you already tried Firebase before? Okay, we have some hands here. Nice. So if you want to try Firebase, you just go to firebase.google.com. It's pretty basic. And what we have in terms of Firebase, we have many of capabilities. So if you are thinking about, if you are thinking in terms of workflow, as I was telling you before, we need to develop our apps, right? We need to develop like the client side, and we need to connect with the backend. Okay. And sometimes we don't have time, or we don't have the resource to create an API. And that's what we can use Firebase. And then when we use Firebase, we have tons of capabilities. And to start with Firebase, we just need to install the CLI. And once again, go to the documentation, take a look at this, and you can use the Firebase CLI after installing the Firebase-tools. You can do this with NPM or Yarn if you prefer. And then you just need to log in with your Google account. In this case, I am already logged in with my Google account. And then Firebase is going to show you, after Firebase in it, some configurations that you need to go and start your app. In this case, I'm just answering some questions here, related to which project I'm using, what is my public directory. In this case, it's this /firelist.app. And if is this a single page app. In the case of Angular, you need to say yes to be redirected correctly. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So this is the Firebase JSON file and the Firebase RC. Okay. In this case, I have here the Firebase Angular dev and the Firebase JSON with some configurations related to hosting. But you also can add like cloud functions and other things over there. And then to deploy, it's pretty simple. ng build -- prod, Firebase deploy, and you're good to go. So in terms of hosting, Firebase is going to generate a URL for you, and you can share with your friends easily. And in fact, this is the URL that I'm using with the firelist.app. Okay, so we can talk a little bit about connecting with Angular, and I have other resources for you related to other frameworks. So if we need to use Firebase in our Angular app, we need to use the Angulifier. And the Angulifier, they have the dependence of Firebase, the JavaScript SDK. And you just need to install, and after this, you can use. If you have any questions about the Angulifier library, you can go to the GitHub and create an issue there if you are encountering any kind of error. So this is the authentication page that I showed. How many minutes? Like 5? Okay, cool. So, and let me just go over here. So you have different providers that you can connect. As you can see here, I'm just using 4 of them, or you can use like whatever you want with the Progressive Web App. Not play games, of course, because you know the drill. And this is my initial screen. Brilliant. Like I was like watching the previous presentation. Don't do it. And the first thing that I'm doing is just what he said to not do. And I was like, okay, I need to change this really quickly. And this would be way better because I have this screen already. So when you go to the app, the first screen that you're going to see is this one. So I just can change my loading, my initial loading, to have this one here with the progress bar of material design. And it's going to be way better because, showing to the user what the user can do. So a new note here, you can do other things. And I'm going to show you here, like you have a calendar component also. It's pretty interesting. And you change everything. It's connected with the Firestore in this case. And then I'm exploring here different things that you can do. So I'm going to show you in a moment, like everything related to Firebase. I'm just going through real quick because I'm going to show you this. But as a resource, you can have this slides later and play around. So if we go here, we have the share, and then this is really important also. When you are dealing with Firebase, you can have the rules. And the rules, you are going to specify how you can deal with that. So you can say, hey, just the authenticated user can use my app. Just if the note is valid, it can add it, and this kind of things. So here we have some Firebase resource. So if you want to take a photo, it is the time. And then let's move back to the example here. All right. So I want to show you now the Firebase console, right? So I have the Firebase console here, okay? So once again, all right. So we have the signing providers. For each signing provider that you need to install it. You need to enable it. So it's pretty basic. And then we have here 2 types of database. You can have the Cloud Firestore or the real-time database. And I'm using the Firestore here, right? So basically what I'm having here is like this bunch of properties here And one that I want to try really soon is the geolocation here. So I'm adding like information about a location. If it's a place, I have the information for the place, so I can show, for example, if you want to call the place, I'm going to have the phone number here. And soon we are going to have the possibility to query with this geopoint attribute here. So this is pretty powerful, and I'm using all this stuff to generate the nodes over there. So this is when we change. So if I go to one of mine, let me see here, which one? I think I can just go back. And let me go here. Okay, so this is NF. All right, so let's go back. And I'm going to NF here. Not here. So if you look here to the, oh my God, so many. Okay, this one here, okay? So this one is the one that I have now, and it's reflecting this one here, okay? So if I change anything here, so for example, I can go to the to-dos here, and I can delete a document. So let's see, so packing up and be ready to go, I'm going to delete this one here, and it's going to reflect everything here. So this is the powerful thing that you can have. You can have like the Firestore as your source of the database, and you can connect whatever you want. You can connect like mobile apps, you can connect like a progressive web app like I'm doing now, and it's really, really powerful. Okay, so you have more capabilities with the Google Maps. So when you go to the new note, you're going to see how you can create a new note and without competition. So this is the powerful thing that you can use with Google Maps. And other capabilities like navigator.geolocation to get the current location of your user. And then get current position. And this is one thing that it's already in place. So when you go to the icon in the top right, it's going to ask for your location. So don't ask the location for your user at when you're launching your app. The initial load, it's not the best way to go. Just ask things, just ask permissions when you are going to use those permissions. In this case, I'm just asking the location when the user is definitely going to use that location specifically. And then here we have like how you can get some information from Google Maps. If you want to, get your code and share it on social media, I really recommend this Carbon. It's really nice. It's going to format your code for you in a nice way that you can share. And I'll read you like the Firebase. And I'm using Angular Google Maps for your framework. Probably you're going to have other things. If you are using web components, they have tons of components related to Google Maps. And then this is the GeoPoint thing that I was talking to you. And to use with Firebase, you have two libraries today, GeoFirestore.js and the GeoFireX. I really recommend this one. And also, we have this Firestore GeoQuery on the Angular Firebase YouTube channel. So you can check this as well. They have loads of information in this YouTube channel. One of the alternatives is Algolia Places that you can use as well. And this is what I have today is just going there and placing your location. But we can have much more. So if you want to know more about Firebase, they have the YouTube channel. They had the Firebase Summit. It was incredible, and all the talks are available also on the YouTube channel. If you want to be part of the alpha program, it's really interesting. You can receive like alpha release, and then you can see the things that they are building before they launch publicly. If you want to learn about other functionalities, They have tons of code labs. So if, for example, if you want to learn about Android, about Google Analytics, ML, and other things, they have tons of code labs that you can try, and it's really interesting. And that's one of my favorite quotes. I think I'm using this quote forever. First do it, then do it better. So that's what we need to try to do every day. And remember, it's not only about like learn new skills or be better at your job or but it's also about to have fun and enjoy your life with your friends, family. And that's what I have for today. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Any questions from the audience?
Okay. And if they have also the code labs here that you can try, the Firebase code labs, and also experts to answer your questions.
That's right. So go ahead to the code labs, check them out. Go ahead, go for lunch. Right at the QTR, while we have lunch, we also have really cool exhibitions from our sponsors and student groups. Do be sure to check that out, and we'll see you back here after lunch. So let's continue with the web track. And if this is the first time, I mean, let's just get on with it. So we've got Improving User Experience with Web Workers by James Milner.
Cool. This is working. Great. Is that all right? Can you hear me? Yeah? All right, I can try. How about, yeah? Cool, we'll go with that. So yeah, hi, welcome to my talk, Improving User Experience with Web Workers. So it's great to be here at London DevFest, so let's just get stuck into it. My name's James Milner. I'm a software engineer at a company called SitePen. We predominantly work on kind of enterprise web applications. I'm also a Google developer expert, and I make some noise on my blog at lockstream.io and then kind of in short form on Twitter, and you can catch me on James L. Milner on there. So the first thing I kind of want to do is kind of frame this talk in the wider context of developing applications in general, and kind of a common topic or a common trope in that kind of environment is this discourse about native versus web applications. And like a common argument for native applications is that they provided better user experience for the people using them, right? But kind of aside from like the immersion factor and kind of an in-keep and looking feel with a kind of operating system, what is it that makes people feel that native applications provide like a better user experience? I think a strong element of that is to do with the kind of responsiveness to kind of interactions and the like animation performance that native applications provide. Like you click on things and things just happen immediately. Sometimes with web applications you don't get that same kind of like responsiveness. So I guess as developers we would kind of refer to these things as kind of like response times or frame rates or you know, various metrics for kind of measuring that. But as an end user, perhaps this can be quite hard to explain in kind of plain language. It just feels slow, it just feels janky, right? And so before I dive too much into web workers, I just kind of want to talk a little bit about performance and user experience in general and kind of how those two things are linked. And hopefully this maybe breaks down why people feel the way they do about web applications, or some people do. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce this thing called the Rail models. The Rail model comes from Google, and Rail stands for response, animation, idle, and load. So response is to do with responding to a user interaction in a timely manner. Like ideally we want to be responding to a user interaction in sub 100 milliseconds, ideally under 50 milliseconds if we can. And the reason for that is anything over 100 milliseconds, the user's going to notice that because it's going to feel janky. It's going to feel like they're clicking on things or they're interacting with the page and things aren't responding in a kind of timely fashion. So the next letter is A for animation. So animation is all about like the application like flowing smoothly and producing a frame in under 10 milliseconds. And so we kind of want to make sure that our animations are smooth because smooth animations just generally provide a better user experience. You don't want things like jittering around the screen or things just like appearing on one side of the screen and then disappearing onto the other side of the screen. The next one is I for idle. And so idle is kind of a more interesting one because it's something we kind of want to maximize. So it sounds strange, but like idle is something you just want to keep your browser doing nothing. Like you want to maximize the amount of time that the browser's just sitting there waiting around. And the reason you want to do that is because when the user goes to interact with a page, the main thread of the browser isn't blocked. So it can handle that interaction straight away. So the more time your browser spends doing nothing, the more chance there is that when the user interacts with the page that it can respond instantaneously. Whereas if it's running like a big, long task that's taking, say, like 200 milliseconds, then the browser's going to have to wait until that 200 millisecond block of work is done. And the last thing is load. So this is to do with when the user literally goes onto the page and like how quickly does it take to actually just load up a page. So when you're building like a website or a web application, you should be trying to aim to load up the page in kind of sub 5 seconds, ideally like sub 3 seconds. And if you're loading any additional content, you kind of want to also be doing that as quickly as possible. So yeah, that's the Rail model. So the next thing I'm just going to talk about, or give a brief introduction to, is the main thread in the browser, like in JavaScript. And the main thread in JavaScript is JavaScript is single-threaded. So it's doing a lot of things, the browser is doing a lot of things at once on one thread. So it's going to be doing things like handling user inputs, it's going to be performing styling, it's going to be updating the DOM, it's going to be handling timers, it's going to be doing fetches, like it just does everything, right? So it's having to like juggle a lot of different things at once and being able to handle a lot of different things at once. And so it has to balance those tasks along with, like, has to balance work along with rendering to the screen. So it has to be able to do a lot of things and do it in a way that is, you know, is going to be good for the user as well. And one way to kind of visualize this is to think of the kind of the JavaScript event loop. So you can think of this as like, just imagine the browser's kind of sitting there doing nothing, just spinning around, just waiting for something to happen, right? So eventually like a task comes in. Say it's like responding to like a click or an input or whatever it might be, and it gets a task, so it has to complete this task. So once it's completed the task, it will go back round and it will go back to just spinning. And every sort of like 16 milliseconds or so, it's going to go on this right-hand path, and this is where you're going to actually like render things to the screen, right? So these are like the render steps. So that RAF stands for Request Animation Frame. And basically, that's a browser API that allows you to schedule work before like a frame is painted. And then it's going to do styling, so that's when you say like, oh, I want this text to be red, or like, I don't know, I want this to be bold, or whatever it might be. And then the layouts, this is actually like how things are positioned on the page. That might be things like position absolute and then left 10 or whatever it might be. And then finally actually committing that and like rendering that to the screen. And then once that whole set of render steps is done, it's going to go back to spinning. So the thing is here that's important to note is that if the tasks will run to completion. So if you have like a super long running task, you have a task that takes 500 milliseconds or a second, that's going to block all of the rendering for that entire period of time, because it can't be doing those two things at once because it's all single threaded. And this is kind of, you'll see why this is important later on when I start talking about web workers. So yeah, ideally we want to be producing apps that run at 60 frames per second. So 60 frames per second, the user feels interactive, it feels like the application is running smoothly. But yeah, like I was saying, if you have these tasks that extend past, say, 10, 16 milliseconds, they're going to cause the browser to skip a frame. So what it's going to say is, like, if it goes over that 60 millisecond frame boundary, the browser's just going to go, well, can't render a frame, so I guess I'll just keep doing what I was doing. And depending, like, those tasks will just block for as long as they run for. So a few kind of frameworks have caught onto this fact that long-running tasks block user input, and they also block rendering to the page, right? So it stops like the page updating. So like a classic example of this is React. So in React 16, which is one of the latest versions of React, they introduced these concepts called time slicing and asynchronous rendering, which, as far as I can gather, are kind of just fancy ways of saying like scheduling work, right? So like I was saying before, like tasks will just run for as long as they need to run for, and they'll block. So what React's trying to do is it tries to break down work into chunks that can be, so that it can prioritize work that is more important. So for example, like responding to a user is a very high, like, is an important task, so that can be prioritized above, say, like, committing a render to the or like doing some other, like, for example, like differencing the DOM or like whatever it might be that it needs to do. So the concept here is that we can use like scheduling to prioritize work that is important, for example, responding to user input. So yeah, I'm not Dan Abramov, so I probably did that like a massive injustice, but at like a high level, that is roughly kind of like how it works. And yes, the whole overall concept here is we want to prioritize user input, and then other work can be, you can basically interleave work with rendering rather than just doing loads of work and then rendering. Okay, cool. So I've talked a bit about performance and user experience and the main thread, but what's that got to do with web workers? So I'm hoping what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a bit about web workers, and then I'm going to do some hand waving, and then hopefully it will start to become clear about how these two things are linked. So what are web workers? So I really like scripts. So web workers make it possible to run a script in a background thread, allowing the main thread to run without being blocked or slowed down. So the cool thing here is like, as I was saying before, the main thread, if work's happening on the main thread, it's going to block rendering. But if work's happening on another thread, the main thread can just be left to do what it's good at, which is handling user input and rendering to the screen. So this is what web workers allow you to do. They allow you to run work in a separate thread. So what does that look like? So in your main kind of script, so where your actual like logic for the main page goes, hopefully you can see it's a bit, contrast isn't super great. Sorry about that. Sorry? I can't, but perhaps. Is that better? A little bit more? Way. Thank you very much. That's really, really helpful. So I'll just talk through this briefly. So what we're doing here is doing a little bit of feature detection. So that first line just says, if worker is available, then continue. So web workers are supported they're actually really old. So they've been supported since IE 10, which I think most people just don't even support in general anymore. So you probably don't need this if statement, but I've just put it in there as like a catch-all. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new worker. And the worker just takes one argument, which is the path of the script that it's going to run in that worker. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say, we're going to add an event listener to some, imagine we have a page, imagine we have a button. And when we click on that button, what we want to do is we want to post a message to this worker. So we do worker.postMessage clicked. And all that's doing is just sending a message saying clicked to the worker. And then the next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to say, once we want to be able to receive messages from the worker as well. So we have to add an event listener for the worker to say receive messages back. So we're going to do that, and then we're just going to log out, result sent back from worker. So then in our worker script, that's going to look a little something like this. We're just going to say, so the first thing to note here is that unlike in the main thread where we have this global window object, in the worker we have this thing called self, which just refers to the global scope of the worker. So we just do self.add listener message, and that's just going to listen for messages being sent to the workers. And then all we're going to do is just log out whatever data was sent to the worker, which in this case was just whatever we sent before, which was clicked. And then all we do is post back a message saying message acknowledged. So you can see like we have this messaging system between the main thread and the worker thread, and it's all based around passing messages. And I think another really cool thing that often gets overlooked with workers is that so in the main thread, if you do work, generally you can't stop it. Like once it's running, right? But the cool thing about workers is if they're doing something and you're like, actually, I don't need that anymore, you can do, from the main thread, you can call this method called terminate, and that will just stop the worker whilst it's running. Which is quite like an interesting property because you don't really have that anywhere else in like the main thread of JavaScript, it's very difficult to just like cancel work. And yeah, so like, and another thing to point out is that like creating and destroying workers is actually quite cheap. So it's generally like a sub-millisecond operation. So it's basically costs nothing to do. And so you can take this a step further actually, because kind of one of the annoying properties of a web worker is you have to have the script up front to say, this is what I want to run in the worker. But you might not always, that's a bit maybe limiting in the sense of you're like, well, what happens if I just want to run like a bunch of random things like from my main thread and I don't want to have to create all these external scripts. One cool thing that you can do that's actually a bit of a hack is that you can just create these inline workers. So you can dynamically create workers on the fly based on, say, for example, like a function. So what we do here is we create a blob, which is just like, you can use it to create like a file-like object. And then we just do function.toString, which I don't understand why that works, but it does. So just take the function, turns it into a string, and then essentially we pass this to create object URL, and it's just going to create like an in-memory file, and then you pass that to the worker, and it just treats it as if it was a file, right? So it's all a bit like smoke and mirrors, but it does work. Hopefully, like I've roughly explained how that works at least. And so, yeah, my core point is that you don't have to have it in a separate file. There are ways to make it so you can just have it in your main like bundle, for example, in your main JavaScript file. And there's really cool libraries such as Greenlit, was written by a guy called Jason Miller, who now works at Google. And they essentially allow you to turn asynchronous functions into workers, into like separate threads. And this is really cool because, first of all, it abstracts away a lot of the noise and like complexities of writing a web worker, but also it allows you to think of like asynchronous code as just another, as a separate thread. So you can just spin up something that would have been a promise before is now can just be like a completely separate thread, which I think is like super cool. Especially in JavaScript, which is a single-threaded language. And yeah, you can see how this works here. So we just create, we import Greenlit, and then we just say, we pass Greenlit a asynchronous function, and all this function does is do a fetch request to some URL and return the JSON. Let's say it's like an API, and it will just return the JSON from that API. But yeah, and it's going to do that in a separate thread rather than doing that on the main thread. So yeah, but like I've talked a bit about the technicalities of a web worker, but why, like, how does this come back to user experience and providing a good user experience? And it kind of comes back to the first thing, one of the things I was talking about in the first couple slides, which is this concept of idle. So when as I was saying before, when the main thread is idle, it can handle user input immediately. It doesn't have to wait until whatever's running has finished before it can handle it. So what you can do is you can start taking these kind of slightly heavier, long-running tasks, and you put them in web workers, and that keeps the main thread free to be able to handle like rendering and handle user input. And you can also take this a step further as well, because you can actually take, so when you download a script in your browser, first of all, you've got to download the script, and then you've got to parse it, and then you've got to compile it. And all of that takes time. And all of that time is being spent on the main thread. So what you can do is you could take like a really heavy library, put it in a worker, so all that parse and compile time is happening off of the main thread. So in this example, I'm sure some of you have heard of a thing called Firebase. Yeah, you can't escape. Well, it turns out that the Firebase SDK is actually relatively large. I think it's about 88 kilobytes. So what you can actually do is you can take, what's been done in this case is you take the Firebase SDK, you load it into a worker, and then you essentially you have to do a little bit of work to start, like, because you have to you have to set up that the SDK, like you have to wrap the SDK in a worker basically. So there's a little bit of work that has to be done to get it in the right format. But like once you've done that, all the parsing and compiling of that 88 kilobytes is happening in a separate thread. It's not happening on the main thread. So the interesting thing here is that when David East, who is the guy who had this idea, did this, he found that the time to interactive on the web page that he was building went from 7.1 seconds to 2.5 seconds. So it's like quite a dramatic jump, or quite a dramatic reduction in the amount of time before the user can start like interacting with the app. So yeah. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that you could be putting in a worker. So for example, you could be doing stuff like state management. You could be doing stuff like data. If you're doing like a fetch and then you're doing like some data transformation on, like, say you've got like a big array or like a big heavily nested object or something like that. You can do stuff like if you're using IndexedDB to do like local storage, then you can be doing that in a worker. Like there's a whole bunch of logic that you can be putting in a worker. Essentially, like the only things you can't really put in a worker is anything that touches the DOM, because that has to be happening on the main thread. And a few other things, but they're kind of edge cases. So. And an interesting example of a project that kind of takes this to the extreme is there's a project called React Native DOM. And React Native DOM is quite cool in the sense that all of the application logic runs in a worker. The only thing that happens on the main thread is like the updating of the user interface and the handling of user interactions, which is like kind of the ideal really, because you want to be keeping, like I was saying before, you want to be keeping that main thread from doing as little work as possible. And this just allows the main thread to focus entirely on kind of like rendering and handling that user interaction. So I want to show you a little demo, something I built just to help demonstrate the concept of like how long-running tasks affect user experience. So if you'll bear with me just 1 second. So what I've got here is so an input, and at the top is the delay on Kia, right? So it's 100 millisecond delay. So if I start typing, and in the top left-hand corner, sorry, I should have said, in the top left-hand corner, you've got the frames per second. And it's quite hard to maybe see this, but when you're typing, you can feel like the delay in what's coming back. And you can see like the frames per second drop, and there's a general like jankiness in the input. And if I set this even higher, if I set this to like, say 200 milliseconds, it's just going to be, just doesn't, like, it just falls apart. So I wrote this little library, and essentially it's very similar to Greenlit. It does a few other things, but the core concept is that it does work in a separate thread. So now, hopefully when I hopefully when I type, I can't type and talk at the same time, unfortunately. So the frames per second never drops, and there's no jankiness, there's no delay in the interaction. So the core thing I kind of wanted to get across there was that taking work off the main thread improves the kind of user experience and that responsiveness in your application. Sorry, bear with me. There we go. So it would kind of be disingenuous of me to stand here and say that like web workers will solve all of your problems, because otherwise everyone would probably be using them all the time already. And the core reason that people don't use them all the time for everything is that there is a set of like limitations in using web workers. So the first of which is that you have limited transfer types. So there's like a bunch of stuff that you can't send, or it's difficult to send in a sensible way to a web worker. For example, you can't send things like errors or functions or regexes or complex objects. Essentially just kind of fall apart or fail when you try and send them to a web worker. So you're kind of limited to the basic data types. The next thing is transfer times, because essentially what happens when you send data from from the main thread to the worker thread is it has to copy the data. It can't have shared memory. So you incur this cost of sending data to and from the main thread. And the last one, which is perhaps the most killer reason, is because you have no DOM access. And let's be honest, when you write a web application, you generally want the page to update at some point in time, right? Like it's very rare that you just have like a static page that does nothing. So that's kind of the core reason why a lot of people end up not using workers. And I mean, another reason is just that it adds another level of complexity to your application. Suddenly, you have a multi-threaded application and you have to deal with that. So as I was saying before, there's this idea of like limited transfer types, and the reason for this is that the browser uses this thing called a structured clone algorithm. A structured clone algorithm has a definitive list of things that you can and can't. It can and can't clone, right? So like I said before, it can't clone errors, it can't clone functions. If you have objects that have like a prototype chain, that's just going to not work. And yeah, there's ways to work around this. So you could use like, for example, JSON.stringify, which will just turn your JSON object into a string, and then you can just send a string and then JSON pass on the other side. And that works in like simple cases, but again, that starts to fall apart in like more complex situations. It's also a big hack. So that's something to think about. So the next thing I was saying was transfer times. So the interesting thing about transfer times is this is some kind of research that I did around looking at transfer times. And as far as I can tell, that it's like this concept seems to be like a little bit overplayed. So if you imagine you have an object with like 10,000 keys in it, it's like a pretty sizable object, right? On Chrome, Firefox, you're probably looking at like sub 3 milliseconds to send that to the worker thread. So there's this, I think it's kind of overblown, like how much time it takes to transfer things around. And there's kind of some interesting things that are that are coming about that kind of allow us to kind of sidestep that transfer time. So there's this concept of shared array buffers, and shared array buffers allow you to share like types of memory from the main thread to the worker thread. So the problem is that like this was all getting a lot of browsers were implementing this, and then if you remember, there was the whole like Spectre meltdown exploit, which meant that shared memory was just kind of anything to do with shared memory was just like disabled. But I think Chrome's re-enabled this now, and I think other browsers are looking to re-implement or re-enable shared array buffers. So that will be another kind of way of avoiding that transfer time problem. But yeah, so the thing is when you're using web workers is, like I was saying before, like your whole application suddenly becomes it's now a multi-thread application. So you kind of maybe might have to take a step back and think about like how you've actually architected, like how you've built your application and how you can kind of maybe restructure that or re-architect that to work better with web workers. Like you can't necessarily just think about you might have to think a bit differently about your code and like what you're doing. Yeah. So about the future, what's coming for web workers or what's new in the world of web workers? And there's some cool stuff that's happening. So one thing that's come out of the AMP team at Google is this thing called Worker DOM. And so worker DOM allows you to use the DOM, like hypothetically, in a worker. And essentially it just provides the same interface, or it's like a mock of the interface of the DOM. So if you did like document.getElementById, that would be available in the worker, which it wouldn't have been before. Essentially what it does is it like batches these up and it proxies that to the main thread, does the updates. But for all intents and purposes, you can write code as you would on the main thread, which is quite cool. So for example, like there's examples of people running like the whole of React like in a worker thread, for example, which I think is quite cool because it overcomes that like main limitation of workers, which is they don't have access to the DOM. The next thing I'm going to talk about is, I'm just going to say blocks because I don't know how to pronounce this with the umlaut. But it's essentially like, you know, I was showing you like the inline workers and Greenlit. It's essentially that concept, but like natively in the browser. So you can just call an asynchronous function and it will be run in a separate thread. And this has been proposed by some of the folks at Google, and it's yeah, it's hopefully should be. I think they had a meeting about it like a couple of weeks ago. So this might be something that kind of takes you know, like comes to fruition at some point. But I think that would be quite cool because it means you could just get rid of all of those libraries or doing all those nasty hacks with like function toString, and you can just like run functions like run functions as on a separate thread, like natively in the browser. And of course, I would imagine that would provide speed, like performance implications as well. And the last thing is like this thing called worklets. So there's a bunch of new browser specifications around these things called worklets. And worklets are like they're like web workers for like very specific cases. So for example, there's like an audio worklet for handling audio data. Or there's a paint worklet for, say you want to paint some like complex, say you wanted to paint like a fractal and have that display as like the background of your page. Well, you could do that with like the paint worklet, for example. So yeah, and there's these specifications that are basically workers for like very specialized tasks, and I think that's like quite a cool concept. So yeah, my final thoughts. I guess my main thoughts would be that like JavaScript is single-threaded, but you can use web workers to kind of introduce like multi-threading to your applications, and there are ways that you can leverage that to basically improve the user experience of your application. So if you have long-running tasks that are going to be blocking the user from using your application, then you can put those tasks into a worker, and you can leverage those to kind of hopefully improve the experience for your end users. And yeah, I just generally feel like that they currently are underused. Like it would be cool to start seeing people using them more, kind of where appropriate. Yeah, I think that's me. Cool, thanks.
Does anyone have any questions for James?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, do you want? I think there's a microphone coming around.
Yeah, if you've got a question, please wait for the microphone so that the live stream can hear it. Thank you.
So you mentioned the inability to share data between the web worker and the main thread.
Yeah.
You also mentioned that you've got access to the sort of HTML5 offline storage stuff like IndexedDB and local storage.
Yeah.
Can you use that as a shared memory area?
I would guess so, but I don't know if it would be like that much faster than like transferring the data.
Yeah.
Because like obviously you're going to have to write the data to IndexedDB, and then you've got to read it from the like worker thread. So I've not compared it, but it might be faster, but I can't imagine it's going to be like an order of magnitude faster, for example.
Okay.
But it's an interesting idea. Like I'd be interested to see.
Cool. Thanks.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
Thank you. In the same time, how many threads we can run? Like say the webworker1.js is a single thread, right?
Sorry, it's just quite loud. I can't. Do you mind?
Can we please keep the volume down so we can hear the questions and the answers? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Like say you explain like webworker1.js is a single thread, right? So how many single thread we are run simultaneously?
Sorry.
In a single time, how many threads we can run in the
like how
web worker?
How many workers can you run? So, this is just based off my experience. So I'm not sure if this is true for everyone, but when I ran it in Chrome, I think I got to about 20 threads before. I think the whole thing just crashed. So,
that is the main reason of my questions. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
We've got time for one more question. Yeah, man in the back. Yeah, that's all right. We'll get to you too, no worries.
Is there any tool that can help us measure the frames per second
frames
as part
per
of our continuous integration? So I can do some workflows and figure out whether I'm dropping any frames.
Yeah, so I mean, like, the answer is yes, but it's kind of, yes, but not just out the box. So, I mean, there's tools like Lighthouse that you can run on CI and continuous integration, and they will make sure that the first page load is performant and make sure that that's not dropping. So that will measure the general performance of the page. But if you are actually interested in say you have a complex application that's doing lots of different things, has various complex user interactions, you could run something so there's a library called Puppeteer, which just essentially runs Chrome headless. And what you could do is you could say, because I think you can get hold of the current, or there's ways of measuring the current frames per second. I've got a code snippet actually that I can probably send you that measures the FPS. That's how I did the little FPS meter in the corner. And then you could just say just measure the FPS. Say you just have some user story and you just go through that user story or that user journey, and then you just measure the average FPS. And you could just say if this drops below 50 FPS for the entire duration of the user journey, then that's a fail, for example. But yeah, it wouldn't be something that just works out the box, but it's something I've thought about, and I think it would be a cool little thing to be able to do, because you can actually mimic that user journey.
Last question.
In terms of when I think of JavaScript, most of the stuff that I do would be related to the DOM. So until worker DOM comes in, which you mentioned before, what are probably the most common use cases for using a worker?
Yeah, I mean, so traditionally at the moment, I'd say most people are doing stuff it's generally stuff with lots of data, so things like image manipulation or audio manipulation, anything where you have long-running tasks, for example. I saw one demo is people generating fractals was one of the examples, or yeah, that's the interesting thing is that it's anything that could be a long-running task. So that's anything that I mean, we use them, for example, in my old company we had very complicated nested object trees, and we had to pull out specific things from those trees, and that might take 100 milliseconds. So we would put that in a worker. So anytime you have large objects or large arrays, it's generally that should be alarm bell web worker.
Thank you very much for the questions, and let's give another round of applause for James. As always, feel free to move around to another track if you want to, but you're also welcome to stay here. Thank you for coming. And we've got we also got the exhibition happening in the Queen's Tower room where you might have gotten lunch. Feel free to go there, check out. We've got some new sponsors. We've got some new exhibitors going down. Right, so next up we have PWA Beyond Theory, How to Create Your Progressive Web App by Amanda Villela.
accessibility?
Yep.
Okay.
Over. Laptop. Yep. Lights, more lights. Let's bring it back up to 50. 50 because it's a bit dark.
Awesome. My name is Amanda. I'm a front-end developer on TopTal, and I'm part of GDG Sorocaba in Brazil. I came from Brazil yesterday to speak here. This is my first talk out of my country, so thank you, GDG London, for this opportunity. I'm very happy to be here. And, well, this talk is, the goal of this presentation is to show you how to create your own progressive web apps. So I will show the steps that I did to create my progressive web app. First things first, I would like to share with you some data related to the user behavior on the web and on native apps. So around 2014, users start to access internet more from their mobile phones than on desktop. And this is a reality nowadays. But the users spend more time accessing internet from their from native apps than on web. And 80% of this time is spent only on 3 apps, probably social media, right? And 0 is the number of apps that an average user installs per month. So install a native app requires a huge commitment related with storage, time, and cost. And this is some reasons why the users do not install too many native apps. Another data important related to it is that a regular user, an average user, access at least 100 URLs per month. So this is the power of the web and his ephemerability. And in this meanwhile, new features were released on web, like push notifications, offline storage, audio and video capture, and many other features that you can check on what web can do today. And on this time, we released the concept of progressive web app, to be exactly in 2016. So what is a progressive web app? A simple explanation is that a progressive web app is a website that behaves like an app. And the official explanation is that progressive web app is a new level of caring with the user experience. And since 2016, progressive web app have been really commented on technical blogs, on conferences, and we have some cases of success like the Starbucks progressive web app, the Washington Post, even Twitter. And well, now we saw some theory about progressive web app, and I will show how I built my own progressive web app. This is the app. It's a currency converter. It's a really simple app. So you just need to choose the currencies, and it works offline. So if the user is offline, it still will work with the last rates that the user searched. So first, some PWA aspects. It needs to work offline. It should be responsive. It should load fast, even on 3G connections. It should work offline, and it should have the feature of add to home screen, and it should be safe or served by HTTPS protocol. So first thing I did was build a cross-browser website. That is a basic requirement nowadays. So it's working on Chrome, Mozilla, Internet Explorer, and all the other browsers. Second thing I did was make it responsive. So it's working on different screen sizes, and it loads fast because it's a really simple page, so I didn't have many work to do to make it load fast. And now, the coolest thing about progressive web app, it should work offline. So what it means? It means do not show the dinosaur to the user. I know, the game is really cool, but sometimes kind of frustrating, right? You want to see some content, but then you see the dinosaur, and you don't want to play a game this time. And it needs to work on Wi-Fi. It means sometimes the user thinks he has connection, but he really don't have. So your app needs to respond in these cases. And how can we do it? Using service workers. I know this is not a so cool name, but I can assure you that service workers are one of the most cool features implemented on the modern browsers. Why? Using service workers, we can provide advanced offline experience to our users, and this is really powerful. So here is a regular flow without implementing a service worker. So our app makes a request to the web server, and if the user is offline, it will return the dinosaur to the user. And here is a flow using service workers. So our app will make a request to the web server, but in the middle of this request, we have the service worker that will handle this, intercept this request, and handle it, returning something that's stored on the cache to the user. So this is the service worker. Is an interceptor of requests that was wrote in JavaScript, and this is an isolated thread on the browser. And well, as we need to use the cache to return data to the user, it means that the service worker is for the first load. So the user needs to access your app and have some data, so we can store this data, and return to the user in the case of if the user is offline. So let's see how to implement a service worker. First thing we need to do is check if this feature is available on the navigator. So with the simple condition, we can check it. If service worker in navigator, do something. What I will do in this case is register the service worker. It's the first thing to implement a service worker. You need to register it. So to register a service worker, basically you do that, navigator.serviceworker.register, and then you pass the path of the service worker file. It's important to know that the service worker file needs to be on the root of your project. So that's why I put just the name of the file there. And then the install events. That's the first event that is executed when the user opens your app. And well, we capture this event the same way we do with the other events in JavaScript, just doing an add event listener. And well, let's see what I'm doing inside this listener. I'm preloading resources. What it means. So on line 1, I have a cache name called currency converter static v1, and then I have an array called files to cache, and then I have just one file called index.html, but in my real project I have the CSS, the static JavaScript, the fonts, and images, okay? I just put index to make it short to the slides. So on the install event, I'm opening a cache with the name currency converter static v1, and then I'm saving all my static files on this cache. So this way, we have all the static files saved on the user's cache. Next event is activate event. Let's see how we do. It's just to keep the cache clean. So this is here I have two caches, the network cache and the static cache. I will show you the network cache soon. So what I'm doing here is just check the cache list of the browser, and then if it's not my static cache and not the static cache, I'm deleting. This is what it's doing. And then we have return self-client's claim. It is when we have one tab with the app opening and we open a new tab. So we will take the control of the other tab with the app opened. And, well, we are almost finishing the implementation, but if we try to open our app with this service worker and without connection, we will receive the dinosaur. That's because we really need to intercept the requests. So how can we do it? With the controlling the loading with the event fetch. So that's the way we can watch the fetch event. And I split this code in two parts, and I will explain the first part. So first, I have a constant with the URL of the API that I'm using to get the currency rates. And then I have another flag to check if the request that I receive. Can you see that here I receive an event as parameter? So here I'm checking event.request.url has this URL. It means if the request that I receive is a request to the endpoint, and if it is, what I'm doing, I'm getting the network response, and then I'm saving it on the cache. And if network response is different, if the network response is not okay, it means if the user is not connecting, I'm getting the data that is stored in my cache. So that's what I'm doing. First, I'm trying to get I'm getting the data from the network, and then I'm storing it on the cache. So, and in the case of the user is not online, I will return that data that is stored on the cache. And in the second case, it means it's not a request to the API. It means it's a request to the static files. So what I'm doing is return the static files if I have. If not, I'm just executing the fetch event to retrieve the static files from the server. And well, this code that I showed you right now, it's using a cache strategy that is called network otherwise cache. I chose this cache strategy because as I'm working with currency rates, I need to return to the user the most up-to-date data that I can. So first, I'm trying to get the data from the network, and if not, I return from the cache. But there are a lot of cache strategies, and you can check it and see what cache strategy matches better with your progressive web app. You can check this article, the offline cookbook by Jake Archibald, and there are a lot of cache strategies there. Okay, now our app is working offline, so it's one requirement of a progressive web app was achieved, and now we need to provide this functionality of add to home screen. How can we do it? It's really simple with a file called manifest.json. On this file, we can set some stuff related with the appearance of our app. So first thing is the short name, the app short name. It is what appears on the home screen. And you can also set the app icon. So it's that icon that appears when you add it to the home screen. You can set also a kind of a splash screen to your app using the background color property. It will appear when the user open your progressive web app, and it shows this screen. We can also set what is the start URL of our app. In my case, is index.html. The kind of display, if it's standalone or if it's full screen. If it is standalone, it will be like an app. If it's full screen, it will be like an app, totally full screen, but the user will not have the browser functionalities. If we set to standalone, user will open it in a browser, so user can back to the other page and access the URL bar. And we can set what is the orientation of our app. We can set to portrait or to landscape or both. And we can set the theme color. It's the color of that bar that appears when you are transitioning. And other requirement of a progressive web app is keep it safe. And be safe really means three things. First, reliability. Second, integrity. And third, privacy. And how can we provide security to the user on the web using the HTTPS protocol? And you can make it free using services like GitHub Pages, Firebase hosting. That is the one that I use it to store my app. Or if you already have a site, you can access Let's Encrypt and obtain a free SSL certificate to implement HTTPS protocol on your site. And actually, HTTPS protocol is a requirement for a progressive web app because service workers only work when you have HTTPS protocol implemented, because we are intercepting the user requests. And it's really powerful, and it's also dangerous. So we need to ensure the security. And that's why we need HTTPS protocol. We need to ensure that your app is really you, not a scammer or a phisher. And that's all about build a progressive web app. No frameworks, nothing from the other world. Very simple, right? I have some last considerations about build a progressive web app. Is that it's good for the user because the storage is not required. It's easy to share. It means the user doesn't need to access the store, look for our app, click on install, see the requirements to install, because when we are installing a native app, it requires storage, access to some resources of our cell phones like camera, contact lists, and things like this. And so it's easy, it's just an URL, and it will work on any kind of cell phone and even on browser. So it's very easy to share. And it's always updated, so the developers do not need to release updates, and the user don't need to update the app. It's always updated. And for the companies, it's good because the costs to develop a progressive web app are lower compared to native apps. So this is also good, and this is good to developers because build on site and add some features is easier than do an app for iOS and then do an app for Android and things like this. Well, here I have another tip. How to know if my progressive app is progressive web app enough? We have Lighthouse. This is a tool that is on Chrome DevTools. There is a tab called Audits, so you can click there and run some reports that will return you a score of your app. In the case of my app, it is 92, and you can receive this score to see if it's good, and you can also have some tips of how to make your progressive web app better. So it's a great tool. And use your creativity and create your progressive web app. It's really simple. It's just on a website, and you can add some features that are not so difficult to implement. And here are two links that I think are good to get some insights of how to do it. There is the Progressive Web App Checklist from Google. That is a good article with tips to develop the progressive web app. And again, what web can do today. The browsers have many features implemented, and on this site we can check the features and have ideas about what to do with different features that we have. So trying to create your own progressive web app is not that difficult. And try my progressive web app. You can, if you were not convinced, you can try to access my app and see the experience of use a progressive web app. And the support is very good. It works better on Chrome. We have many features implemented there, but it also works on iPhones, so it's good. And the code for this presentation is available on GitHub, so open the code and check what I did with more details. And now we finish. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Amanda?
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
And welcome to London. I want to know that what are the limitations of PWA? I'm sure there must be some in terms of creating with comparison to a native app.
Okay. Well, the problems is that it's browser after all. So if you need something that's not implemented on the browser, you will have troubles. For example, access the contacts list. Sometimes we want to open a file, for example, and on a native app, and the cell phone show us the list of apps that can open that file. We can do it in a progressive web app yet, but some days ago, I read an article that was talking about implementing this feature. So it's starting now. Yeah, we have this for 2 years, and they are trying to improve it. The browsers are implementing new features to really make progressive web apps a reality.
Other questions?
Just simple question. Do we have inline service workers, like web workers previously?
Well, I'm sorry, we have.
Instead of creating a separate web file, do we have inline service workers, like the previous talk?
I think, I'm not sure what I'm saying, but I think we can't inline the service worker code because we need to register the service worker. And we need to pass the service worker path. So we need to, I need to check. I can check to you on MDN documentation to see if register accepts any different kind of parameter, but I think we can't because we need to pass the path of the code.
Thank you.
Hi. Are service worker apps exempt from clearing cache the same way you would clear if you cleared your browser cache or cleared your phone cache? Would they be affected by that?
Okay, if I clean my browser cache, if it will affect, yes, it will, because service workers, they get the data from the cache.
Is there any way to set them, because you're bringing them onto your home screen, is there any work towards
a way of handle it?
Accepting that, creating an exception for those?
I have no idea. We can search, but yeah, we depend of the cache that is stored. So if the user cleans the cache, we can't provide offline data. This is a problem of service worker implementation. Thanks.
One last question. Yep.
Hi, just adding on to the last question. So, how does using service workers help in addition to like native browser caching? As in, like, if you have caching in your browser by default, like, how does that interplay with the caching that you provide through service workers?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your.
So, what I mean is like, if you have browser caching,
yeah,
which is implemented by the browser itself, how does that? How is it advantageous for you if you have like service workers to do that caching for you? Is it only if the browser is not doing that for you, or does that make sense?
Let me try to understand. You are saying that the cache, the browser already stored some data on the cache, right?
Yeah.
But I'm storing data using the service workers.
Okay.
So why do I need a service worker if the browser already stored data in my cache? Is that?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because on service workers, we can save specific data and even check the date of this data to keep it always up to date. We can handle the requests to the user to return the specific data that we want to this user. And service workers are not only for offline experience. We can, for example, implement push notifications. To implement push notifications, you need to implement a service worker. So it's not to cache, but in the case that I showed to you, I implemented the service worker to make my app works offline. And for that, I had to intercept the user requests and return static files or the data provided from the endpoint. So that's all. That's why we need the service worker implemented.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Oh, you are very curious about progressive web apps.
So I'm currently in the process of deciding whether to do something like this or to build a native cross-platform app. My boss thinks that people like apps and that if it's not an app, they won't want it. Do you have any idea how people take to the idea of a progressive web app over a native app, if they take to the idea?
Okay, you mean from the point of view of the user?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, we have some cases of success, like the Starbucks and the Washington Post and Twitter, and people are using it. It's not that popular as a progressive, as a native web app, but users are using it, and without understand what is exactly a progressive web app. But a simple way to sell it to the users is tell him that they don't need to use the storage of their cell phones to use a progressive web app. It's a way of selling it to the users. But basically, users are using it. It's slow, but it's a slow process, but they are using. And the companies are releasing their progressive web apps. There are a lot of cases like the Pinterest is also using, and we also have an Uber, a progressive web app from Uber. So yeah, it's not that popular, but it's I think that will become a reality soon.
Hello, hi.
Oh, another question.
Thanks for the session. Do you have this anywhere in GitHub or CodeLab, the code which you have shown for your converter app? Is it available open source as well on GitHub or somewhere? Or?
If the code of my presentation is available on GitHub?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is. On this URL.
Testing. There. Yep.
Oh, okay. It's available on this URL right here.
Thank you.
It's totally open source. You can fork it and create your own web app with this base. That's okay for me.
Do we have any other questions? Awesome. So let's give Amanda another round of applause. So now we've got a break. So I strongly recommend you check out the exhibitions, the code labs, meet some experts at the code labs, or just talk to the people around you and get to know each other. We will be back here for our next talk at 3:35. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for coming back. We're just going to wait for 5 or 6 more minutes for people to come back in, and then we'll get started.
Não é.
Yeah, sounds good.
Hope you guys had an amazing break. Welcome back to the web track. Now we have Immersive Journalism with AR and VR by Philippe Bernandes.
Yay! Hello. Can you hear me well? Okay. First of all, I'd like to ask you to take a selfie with me. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. So, hello, good afternoon. I'm very, very happy to be here with you today. I'm from Brazil, and I came here, I traveled to London to share with you, hopefully, a new perspective. Now, I will be talking about immersive journalism using AR and VR, but I'd like to start by telling you I'm not a journalist. My name is Felipe Bernardes. I live in Sorocaba, Brazil, and I'm part of GDG Sorocaba there. I've been programming front-end development for about 5 years. And in the past year, I've been working remotely as a freelancer, and I'm living happier and healthier. I've been working through TopTal network. It's an exclusive network for freelancers of the entire world and remote freelancing. If you want to know more about it, reach us out in the after party. We have a stand booth there. And I also have been working on the babycenter.com. It's a website about paternity, maternity, and parenthood. If you have kids and don't know Baby Center, give it a look as well. It's a great website. So just to have some agenda on what we'll be seeing today, I will talk about the current context of the web. I will talk about AR, VR, and some concepts and cool cases we have about it, and also immersive journalism. We currently have an important problem to be solved. I will tell you more about it. I made a very interesting proof of concept as well. And actually, I traveled all this way, this 12 hours from Brazil to leave you a message today. So hopefully, you will stay until the end of the talk and we'll discover what is this message. So let's talk about the web. 3 years ago, I've read this article by Loader than folks. It's called Design Machines, and it's talked about how we are converging to create the same website again and again and again. And you will know what I'm talking about when you see it. Did you ever create a website like this with a hero image, a call to action, a subtitle, and a button, a big button? There is even, oh. Yeah, well, this isn't necessarily a problem, but we can do more than this for the web, okay? We can do better things. Come on, we have a lot of APIs, right? We can do progressive web apps and so on. So if we use the same old tools as always, we will have the same outcomes. And this isn't a problem. We use this because it works, but we can also create other things that work as well. Okay? Now, AR and VR technologies have been more and more popular the past of the times, the past years. And also easier to code. We have a lot of libraries for it today. So 3JS for 3D visualization in the browser. We have native Apple AR Kit and Google AR Core. And also we have recently Mozilla A-Frame. It's a powerful library to create AR experiences in the browser just by using HTML. So these technologies have been more accessible to devices and to people as well. Not to everyone. It's not a very, very popular, but it's getting more and more. So with these new tools, we have new possibilities. Now let's talk about what are these possibilities, because we always see some demos or library demos, and it's uncommon to see it in production. But let's see some cases. So just a quick recap for concepts. Augmented reality is when we bring something digital to the real world, like Pokemon Go does. Virtual reality is when we use any of these cool glasses to get into virtual reality. And immersive web is a new term for exploring these technologies on the web, on the browser. Now, let me show you some cases. So we have this VR case right here. It's Beat Saber. It's like Rock Band, but for techno and with lightsabers. Let's see. Okay, this is pretty cool. And also we have AR uses for day-to-day use, like the Apple Measure app announced last year. Did you saw this? It's basically...
So we're introducing a new app,
let's see.
And it's called Measure. Makes it really easy to measure objects, detect rectangles and get their dimensions, measure lines along surfaces. And I'd like to show it to you now. Now, in looking for something to measure, I ended up digging through the attic and came upon my old suitcase from my traveling days in college. A lot of memories in here. Now, I'm actually in the Measure app. You see, I can easily measure along this suitcase by just tapping and dragging out a line like that. And check that out. It's a measurement. Now,
so this is very, very creative. And also we have use cases for art as well. So in the last year Google I.O., I think it was this year's Google I.O., we had an art exhibition using AR for immersion. So there was a lot of art pieces there, and they were interactive. I like the next picture. It grows out of the wall. Let's see. So if you walk by the side of the wall, you see the picture growing out. So this is also can be used as a new kind of media and new kind of creation content. Content creation, sorry. So, okay. And there is this latest Chrome Canary experimental AR API that enables us to using AR in the browser. For it to happen, we need to have the latest Android with a secret, not usual, not public package from Android. You must install in the smartphone as well. And after that, the website must use this new API in the experimental mode of the latest Canary. So this is a very recent reality in the web. And as developers, we can use this to lead our new possibilities. But the title of the talk is about immersive journalism. And what is it? I didn't talk about it until now. So this year, I've been to Brazil.js conference. It's the biggest conference of JavaScript of the world. There was a lot of people there. And the screen is very huge. And there was this guy, Ben Wilhelm. He works at New York Times. And he presented about immersive journalism there. And I loved that. And I wanted to tell you about it. So Ben Wilhelm told us that immersive journalism is about providing immersive experience of information and content visualization for people. And he also showed us how they do in the New York Times. Let me show you something. This is the native app of the New York Times. And they made this cool presentation about David Bowie. So you can read through the article, and once you get to a specific part of the article, you can place the outfits from David Bowie in front of you, and also walk around it and check out the details. And then you continue to read the article until the next outfit, and so on. In fact, they have a lot of immersive journalism experiences in their app. Now, let me get back to it. Oh, they also have in the same app an advertisement immersive experience for cars. So this immersive journalism also means immersive ads and money, right? Okay, let me get back here. Okay, so we enjoyed these examples until now, but I've been hiding there's a problem with it. These technologies that I showed from New York Times are from their native app, and it doesn't work in the browser yet. As I said, the latest Chrome Canary API supports a new, an experimental AR API, but it can't be used in production yet. And also, if you think the web must be for everyone, and if it isn't, then it isn't the web. But they had a cool idea for a fallback for this feature. Let me show you. So if you access these articles, the same articles in the web, this is what you're gonna get. You can search for immersive in their website. And if you enter in any of these articles, this one is about bugs. I don't know why I choose this, but. So if you have the New York Times application in your native application in your smartphone, you can scan the QR code and it will open the article. But if you don't, you can still read it, and they show the same data as 3D visualization tool in an immersive way using user scroll. So they rotate and also zoom in and out the objects, and you can continue reading. And they change the perspective, and all I'm doing here is scrolling down the page and scrolling up again. I don't need to click and rotate the objects. They do it for me. And this is a great experience. If you think more about, oh my God. No! I hate these bugs. Let's see another one. This is for the Olympic Games. And it tells about how awesome are these movements from the ice people. I'm sorry, I'm from Brazil. I don't know how to say patinadores. So, so it zooms in and out and so on. And this is awesome. So if you think more about it, it really makes sense, this kind of experience. But because even if you have the native app, and maybe sometimes you will be reading in your bed before sleeping, or during your lunch, and you don't really want to stand up and walk in the room or in the middle of the restaurant. Everyone will think you're crazy. Maybe not in some time, but today, yes, they think you are crazy. Let me get to these slides. Okay. So the only problem with that is although that's made on the browser and it's JavaScript, it's closed source. It's code from New York Times. And it's very valuable. So what I did to do is recreate it with pure JavaScript using 3JS for the data visualization. So let's see how my proof of concept works. I just want to say again that I'm not a journalist, and this is just a proof of concept. So it won't look as good as this one, okay? But it's a start. The idea is to turn it into a JavaScript library. So here I created an article, a fake article for this presentation. And when we scroll here, oh, okay, I think it's, one second, please, I need to reload it. Okay, so now we have a cube that scrolls, it rotates as I scroll up and down on the page. And also, if I go out from the article, it will hide the objects, just as in New York Times article. If I want to go back, it will also show the cube. Okay, I put a line for the perspective, okay? So this code is built using 3JS and pure JavaScript. And basically, what I do is put an object in a div, inside a div. This cube I created, but the idea is to have any other 3D object or 3D model put in there. So I made a test, and it worked with other objects as well. I picked up a 3D model in the web, and I'm rotating here. But it doesn't make sense, but it works. Okay? So the idea is to turn this code into a JavaScript library, just like, or even better than New York Times, and give it to open source community. Now, the code is very simple. You can find this code in my code pane. This is the URL. Oh, 1 second, please. Let me. Okay. So you find the code here. Okay. 1 second, please. Anytime. Okay. Found it. And this is cool, but that's just a tool. And I could go on through code with you, but that doesn't really matter. First, because the code is very messy. I'm not going to lie. It's just a proof of concept. And it will turn later into a library. But what is important now is I have a message for you today. So I choose CS Carrier because I wanted to make the world better through technology and through code. And I see there's a lot of students here today. And I bet many of you choose this career as well because of it. But especially you that are students and even people that are already working on computer science projects, are we doing our best to do it? Maybe not. Maybe, maybe we are just doing what give us money or give the company money because it works and it's safe. But we can also create fun things and newer and more creative things with new APIs. We just need to make it, take the first step. So what I wanted to tell you today is we can deliver values we believe on through code. And again, I'm not a journalist. But I want to make journalism better through code. And I want to provide immersive information to people through code. And I want to make the web more immersive. I really want to take that AR new API from Canary and do a progressive enhancement in this lib I'm working on. And my proof of concept isn't perfect, but it's a start. And that's the most important thing in the web. For all of you that are going to work with web technologies, keep in mind that the web is made and built by little steps. Remember this is just a little step. The next ones will be even bigger. And today I wanted to ask you, and I want you to ask yourselves, what do you believe? And how do you want the web to be like in some years from now? And how do you think it can improve? So start thinking about it now, and once you figure out, be intentional about it. Thank you. Oh, I have free stickers and also swags. I will be in the TopTal booth later today. So come talk with me if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions now for... Any questions? All right, if you do have any questions later, you can find him at the TopTal booth after 5, because we've got an exhibition going down in the exhibition area where I think you guys had lunch.
Thank you.
We're actually going to start the next talk at 4:20 because we're running slightly early on time. So we've got a 20-minute break. Feel free to walk around, stretch, talk to the people around you, and, yep, have fun.
Oh, sure. Yes, please. Can be in mind. Let's sit there. Let's sit there.
He might. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Oh.
I hope you all had a good 20-minute break. And just before we break out for networking and drinks, we've got one last talk. Think Web Components Before Frameworks by Leon Revel.
Hello everyone, so thank you for being here. I know it's the last talk of the day, so you're all keen to move on and have a good evening, but it's really good and grateful for you to give me the chance to talk about web components. So just before we get started, just really quickly a little bit about me. So my name's Leon Revel, as was introduced. I'm a web architect and I work for a company called Common Time in Derby, which is in the Midlands. I'm also a Google developer expert for web technologies. I'm a co-host on the Web Platform podcast. We talk about web components loads on the show, so if you don't know that podcast, it'd be really cool if you could check it out and see if there's anything in there that you can make use of. I'm also a Pluralsight author, where my most popular course is on web components. And I'm also a blogger. I write a lot about web components, share plenty of explanations and kind of use cases and examples for the technology. So I want to start out by just pointing out exactly what this talk isn't. And this talk isn't about dropping frameworks, not using frameworks, and using web components instead. It's quite the opposite. It's about how we can use web components with frameworks to get some pretty significant benefits. And today we're really lucky that we're inundated with loads of well-designed and well-built frameworks that make building large-scale JavaScript applications much easier. And frameworks make this easier for us by solving common problems that we often face when it comes to building front-end user interfaces and applications. And they provide solutions to problems like state and UI synchronization, client-side routing, even things like server-side rendering. Frameworks also enforce best practices, they provide a great tooling experience, they foster a brilliant community, and they also provide a solution for building user interfaces really easily. And most modern frameworks will also provide a solution to this problem in the form of UI components. And I think it's in this area where if we start to think about using web components instead of automatically jumping in to writing framework components that we can gain some pretty significant benefits. So this talk is going to be me trying to make a case for thinking about using web components instead of just automatically writing framework components. And I'm also going to show you some of the significant benefits that web components will provide you by using them with your frameworks. But before we kind of dive straight into what these benefits are and how to get those benefits of web components, I think it's worth just spending a little bit of time just discussing and understanding exactly what web components are. So quite a while ago, there was 4 specifications proposed to make the features of web components a reality. And these 4 specifications were custom elements, shadow DOM, HTML templates, and HTML imports. And since these specifications were proposed, there's been some new practices and new patterns emerging in terms of building web components. And that means that we're mainly focused today on using custom elements and shadow DOM to build web components, where HTML templates are really useful in their own right and can still be used in conjunction with web components. Because of some new features in JavaScript, we no longer actually have to rely on that particular specification to create web components. And HTML imports is a bit more problematic in the sense that quite a few browser vendors have said that they're not actually going to implement that specification. So today, when we're talking about building web components, we're really talking about using custom elements and shadow DOM. So I think it's important just to spend a little bit of time on each of these specifications just to fully understand exactly what they are, what they provide us as developers. And custom elements, the first one, basically allows developers to create their own DOM elements. And we do this by, first of all, basically creating a description, a definition of our custom DOM element, and we can do that using the JavaScript class syntax. So here I'm just creating a really simple hello name element class. And what we need to do is we need to extend the HTML element interface. And the HTML element interface is the interface which all native DOM elements ultimately inherit from. And this interface houses many of the properties and methods which you'd expect to see on DOM elements, like inner HTML or offset top or client width. So by extending the HTML element interface, we get all of that kind of built-in goodness for free without any additional work. And then we can use this JavaScript class just like any JavaScript class. We can use the constructor, declare local variables. So in this case, I'm just declaring a local name variable and assign it an empty string. We can also create our own custom templates for our custom elements. So here I'm just defining a really simple template. It's just got a paragraph element in it, and it's just going to say hello, and then it's going to print out the value that's stored in the local name variable. And I'm using the inner HTML property on the custom element instance to actually add this template as a direct child to the custom element when that render method gets called. The custom element specification, it also provides a series of render lifecycle callbacks. So we can do things like detecting when the element gets added to the DOM and detecting when it gets removed from the DOM and all kinds of other things. So here I'm just using the connector callback, which gets executed when the element gets added to the DOM, to then call the render method and instantiate that template. Just like with framework components, we can also declare properties for our custom elements. So here I'm just creating a really simple name property, which is basically means from external JavaScript we can interface with this new DOM element and update the local name variable to have a new value and ultimately re-render the template and get that new value displayed in the DOM. And we'll see kind of how that works shortly. We can also do things such as detecting and listening for attribute changes. And by attributes, I'm talking about DOM attributes, so like the disabled attribute on a button or the value attribute on an input element. And in this example, I'm just listening for any changes to the name attribute, and then I'm going to take that value that's specified as part of that attribute and use that again to update the local name variable with a new value and re-render the template. It's just another way to get some more data into that custom element. And then once you've finished defining the functionality and the capabilities of your new DOM element, we basically need to tell the browser about it. And we do that using the custom elements.define method. And the first argument to this method is the tag name of our new custom element, the tag name being how we refer to it within HTML. And the custom element specification dictates that we must have at least one hyphen in our custom elements tag name, and that's basically just to distinguish it between built-in elements. You'll notice that all built-in elements don't actually have a hyphen within them. So here I'm just simply choosing hello-name as the tag name for this element. And then as the second argument, we just basically specify the definition of our custom element. So in this case, that's the class we created that's got all of that functionality in that we added. And then we can go ahead and use it in a HTML page just like we would any other DOM element. So I'm using it here in a really simple page alongside a H1 element and a paragraph element. And notice I've also specified the name attribute and giving it initial value. So when this gets added to the DOM, the render method gets called, and it's ultimately going to output hello Leon. And because we specified a property on our custom element, we can also interface with this to update that value. And because custom elements work just like DOM elements, we can also interface with that DOM element just like we would any other DOM element. So here I'm just using a query selector, and I'm using the tag name to select a reference. Of course, you could specify a class or an ID on the custom element as well, and that would work, but I'm just using the tag name here. And then because we got that name property, I can use dot notation to update that value, and then that will ultimately call the render method of the custom element and re-render the template. So that's probably the fastest explanation of custom elements I've ever done. But there is loads of other capabilities in that particular specification which we don't really have time to get into now. But I recommend you take a look at that spec. There's lots of other capabilities. But kind of to summarize, custom elements make it possible to create UI components that have got a well-defined API, have custom templates, and much more. And all of this is built into the browser. Again, just to remember, we've not had to include any JavaScript, any frameworks, any libraries. This is all available in the browser, ready to be used in the platform with no need to ship any additional bytes down to the user. So Shadow DOM is the other really important specification when it comes to web components, and this has got some real significant benefits. And the Shadow DOM allows us to create an encapsulated sub-DOM tree for our components. And by encapsulated, I mean that the templates of our components are not going to automatically inherit CSS style from the main application, and we're also going to get a certain level of protection from sweeping DOM manipulations from JavaScript as well. So to gain this benefit, this encapsulation, and have this sub-DOM tree for our components, we need to do something. We need to call the attach shadow method, and that's going to create this sub-DOM tree for us and make it available for us to use. And here I'm just doing that within the constructor of the custom element. And then what we can do is we get access to this shadow root property. So then instead of placing the template as a direct child to our custom element, what we then do is we place that template within this shadow root, within this encapsulated sub-DOM tree. So if we were to then use this component and render it in the DOM, we'd see something like this. If we opened up DevTools and looked at the DOM tree, you'd be able to see that we've got our hello name element, then as a direct child to that custom element, we've now got this shadow root. This is the encapsulated sub-DOM tree. And then, of course, because we placed the template in there, we've now got our custom elements template within that shadow root. And this has got some significant benefits. So if I was to use that web component now in a page like this, where we've got some global styling that's basically saying set all paragraph elements to have a color of red, you'll notice that as expected, the paragraph element in the main body has of course inherited that style, and that is now red. I hope you can see that from this slide. But even though we've got a paragraph element within the template of our web component, you'll notice that the styling, it hasn't picked up that global styling of the application, and instead it's got its defaults. Equally, if I was to go back to the template and add some styling of its own, so here I'm just saying that all paragraph elements should have a color of green, and then render that in the page, our paragraph element within our template has now got the green coloration, but that's also not interfered with the styling of the main application. So this means that as web component users, we can have confidence that when we include web components in our application, anything inside those components isn't going to break our app. But also, as web component authors, when we spend ages making something look really nice, we know that when somebody uses it in their application, regardless to what stylings they've got in their page or whatever other madness they've got going on, we know that the time and effort we put in to make something look good is going to stay that way. The aesthetics of our component are going to stay intact. And this was always a big problem with jQuery plugins or AngularJS directives, those kind of things. So this capability is now built into the platform. And we've also got a kind of similar concept when it comes to JavaScript. So if I was to run some JavaScript like this on the page, so I'm just doing a query select all to select a reference to all paragraph elements within that document, and you'll notice that it's only returning a reference to a single element, and that's the paragraph element in the main body. These kind of JavaScript methods are not automatically going to go inside that encapsulated sub-DOM tree of our components and get references to those, which means that if there's any sweeping DOM manipulation happening from some external JavaScript somewhere, we're also going to get a certain level of protection in our components as well. So that means that not only are the aesthetics of our component going to stay intact, also the actual functionality as well, which is really important. So Shadow DOM basically allows us to create truly encapsulated components that will give both developers or authors of web components confidence and also the users of web components confidence. And there's loads and loads of other great benefits of Shadow DOM, such as slotting. Slotting is a really powerful feature. Unfortunately, we don't have a chance to get into that today, but I really recommend you take a look at the Shadow DOM specification to see what other capabilities it has and what other benefits you can glean from it. And again, all this capability is built into the browser. It's ready to be used in the platform. We've not had to include any JavaScript libraries or any frameworks to get this powerful functionality. So web components, they've been emerging for quite a while. They're starting to be used in more and more places, but they're still not quite mainstream. But I'm really pleased to say that Google Chrome, Apple Safari, and Mozilla Firefox all support web components. Unfortunately, Microsoft Edge doesn't have support for web components yet. However, they are currently actually working on it now, which is really exciting. So for quite a while, they promised us, yes, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. But as of maybe a month ago, they actually started development on the web component specifications. So that's really good to see. And of course, our old friend, Internet Explorer, isn't going to get any new web APIs. But for those two browsers, or any other browsers that don't currently support web components, we do have some reliable polyfills, which mean that we can ensure that the web components we do create work across all of the major browsers. So to summarize then, what are web components? So web components are a way to build truly encapsulated UI components that give both web component authors and web component users the confidence to use them. And the kind of nice thing is that they work just like DOM elements, so for most web developers, this is really familiar territory. There's nothing new or weird to learn here. You can interface with them in exactly the same way. And because they're built on web APIs, so they're built on things that are built into the platform, they're not reliant on any particular technology, any library or framework. They're framework agnostic and can be used anywhere. So Earlier I mentioned some of the reasons why we use frameworks. The fact is that frameworks are essential to helping to building like large-scale JavaScript applications, making them easy to maintain and all those other kind of things. And most frameworks do provide a solution for building UI parts of UI for your web applications. And most modern frameworks, like Angular and React and those kind of frameworks, provide a solution in the form of components, which isn't that different from web components. But there is a big difference between web components and framework components, and that is that framework components are not interoperable. You're not going to easily be able to reuse a React component within an Angular application and vice versa. Framework components are like really good for reuse in their own ecosystem, but anything outside of that, they're not particularly useful. And this can be quite a big problem, because out of the 24,000 developers that took the State of JavaScript survey in 2017, 53% of them said they use more than one framework on a day-to-day basis. More specifically, more than one different framework on a day-to-day basis. Some developers even said that they used up to 5 different frameworks at once. And I'm sure there's plenty of people here that have been in situations where you have to use multiple different frameworks just because you're working on different projects that have got a different technology stack and all those kind of things. And this means that when we build a really nice piece of UI, so we build a cool slide-out menu or a custom carousel or a nice slider, sometimes it leads to us having to build them multiple times, one for each of the different frameworks that we use. And this means that we have to maintain multiple sets of source code, which we all know is going to lead to more chance of bugs. It's going to be a maintenance headache. And of course, it's going to take more time to add new features and fix bugs. But with web components, so if we made the decision and thought about writing some of those common UI components as web components instead of framework components, we know they're just going to work because they're built on web APIs, they've got no dependency or reliance on a single framework. We can write them once and use them in all of our different front-end projects. And this means that we only have to maintain a single set of source code, there's going to be less chance of bugs, we're going to waste less time. But more importantly, we can spend time building one thing and building it well instead of having to try and juggle multiple versions of the same thing. But because of this interoperable nature of web components, there's also some significant benefits if you don't use multiple different frameworks on a day-to-day basis. Because frameworks are built on web APIs and they're completely framework agnostic, it means that there's a greater level of flexibility when you're choosing your next framework. Because if you decided to create some common UI components as web components, you know they're going to work in whatever you choose next. So you don't have to weigh up that possibility of thinking, oh, should we just choose the same thing again because I've got all of these components that I've already created. We know that isn't a problem with web components, so you've got more flexibility in choosing a new framework for your next project. And that also means that migration and upgrades is easy. If anybody went through the pain of AngularJS to Angular, you know what I'm talking about. So if you decided to write some of your components as web components, that isn't going to be a problem. That's going to work in that new environment. And ultimately, because of these first 2 points, this basically means there's going to be less chance of framework lock-in, less chance of being stagnated by any individual technology, because you've got much more freedom and flexibility to move out of that particular ecosystem. And maybe a not so obvious benefit of web components is the fact that they can be developed and tested in isolation. So because they're not tied into any ecosystem, this basically means that it can open more doors to new methodologies or new tool chains or just new ways of doing things which might have not been quite as easy to gain because you were tied into a particular ecosystem. So I hope that kind of outlines some of the significant benefits that web components can provide if you think about using web components within frameworks. And the good news is that most frameworks make it really, really easy to use web components within them. There's a really cool website called Custom Elements Everywhere, and this is written by Rob Dodson, who's a developer advocate at Google. And this website basically lists a range of different frameworks and scores them on their compatibility with web components. A series of tests has been written for each of the different frameworks, and the results of those tests generates a score which looks a little bit like this. And here you can see that even like the latest version of AngularJS has got a 100% compatibility score with web components, which is really good to see. So obviously, I think there's probably not quite as many people using AngularJS anymore. So I think it's worth spending a little bit of time looking at the more popular frameworks, looking at how compatible they are with web components, and also have a look at how you actually use web components within these different frameworks. So how many Vue developers do we have here today? A few. Cool. So Vue's got a 100% compatibility score, which is really good to see. So let's just take a quick look at how you actually use web components with Vue. So first of all, we actually need to import the web component itself. So this starrating.js file has got the JavaScript class definition of the web component and also the call to custom elements.define to make the browser aware of that web component so we can actually use it. And with Vue, we have to do a little bit of configuration. We basically have to tell Vue to ignore our custom element tag name. Because if we don't, it's going to look for an associated Vue component, and it's not going to find one. So by doing a little bit of configuration, we can tell Vue to ignore our custom element tag name, so then we actually get to use our web component. Then we render the Vue application like you normally would, or bootstrap it. And then you can just go ahead and use the component in your Vue templates, just like you would a Vue component. So you can do things like set attributes, set properties, listen for events, all the kind of things that you'd expect to be able to do with a normal Vue component. So with Vue.js, it makes it really, really easy to use web components, only a small amount of configuration, and you're using them just like normal DOM elements. Nothing complicated there, so that's really good. Angular, how many Angular developers do we have here? I'll say about the same, probably. So Angular is another framework which has got a 100% compatibility score on custom elements everywhere. And it's a similar kind of concept. So as well as including all of the things and importing the things that you normally would in an Angular application, you also need to import this custom element schema. And we'll have a look at exactly what that gets us shortly. And again, of course, we have to import the component in itself. And then in the ng module definition, and this is where we specify the custom element schema. And all this does is similar to what we did for Vue. Basically, it means that it allows us to use non-Angular elements inside our Angular templates that have got a hyphen within their tag name. And remember that with custom elements, you have to have at least one tag name in them. So that just means that we can go ahead and use our web component inside our Angular templates, again, just like we would Angular components. So again, you can set properties, set attributes, listen for events, all those kind of things you'd expect to be able to do. So Angular is another one of those frameworks that makes it really easy to use web components. And then there's React. So out of all of the frameworks that's currently listed on custom elements everywhere, I think there's 15 last time I checked, React has actually got the worst score, which is such a shame given how popular it is. So how many React developers do we have here? Yeah, a lot more than the others. So this is a shame. But the good news is that React does pass. You can't see, but I'm highlighting the basic test section there. So it does pass all of the basic tests, which means basic integration with web components is actually really easy. It's actually easier than a lot of the other frameworks we just looked at. And it's easier because with React, we don't have to do any configuration at all. We can just go ahead and import the web component and use it in the template straight away. The problem is that React only passes data down to custom elements as attributes and not as properties, which means you can only pass down simple data like strings. So if you try to pass an object, you're going to get object, which obviously isn't going to be very useful. And also, because React has like a synthetic event system, you can't interface with DOM events on custom elements either. So again, that's quite problematic when it comes to getting full web component integration. There is a workaround though, so we can use the React ref system. So we can create a reference to the custom element, and then we can use that reference to do things manually, like you would in vanilla JavaScript. So you can do things like manually adding event listeners, or manually setting properties, or all those other kind of things. So full web component integration in React is possible. It just takes a little bit more work than it does with the other frameworks. But the good news is that there's plenty of interest in the community to make using web components within React a lot better. There's also been some solutions provided by the community, solutions that the React team are on board with. And these solutions have been put through the RFC process, which React uses to kind of get new features in. So things are looking good. It's just a case of waiting for a new version of React to come out that's got these new capabilities in that makes the whole process much simpler. So we've looked at exactly what web components are. We've looked at some of the significant benefits that web components can provide if you start to think about using web components within your frameworks. And we've also looked at the different most popular frameworks and actually how easy it is to use web components within some of those frameworks. So I'm hoping that I've convinced a few of you at least to start thinking about, well, how do I start kind of doing this? How do I start using web components within my frameworks? So we're just going to take a look at some of the things we can use to make building web components much easier. Because if we go back to my original example, you might have noticed that that's quite a lot of code to do something not very complicated at all. I mean, all I'm doing is saying hello and then a name. We had to do things like we had to manually create this encapsulated subDOM tree, the shadow root. We then had to place the template within that shadow root. And anybody who cares about performance will have noticed that this is really inefficient. So this means that any time the name changes, we're going to re-render the entire template. And not just update the specific thing that changes. Now, of course, in this really simple example, you probably get away with it. But anything more complicated, this is a really inefficient and just something you really shouldn't do. We also had to listen for when the element gets added to the DOM to call the render method. We also had to manually set up the properties and do things like make sure the value that's set is actually different to the one we already have and then call the render method. And then we also had to manually keep track of all the attribute changes and stuff. So quite a lot to do something very, very simple. The good news is, though, is that the web component ecosystem is really rich with loads of great libraries and tools to make this kind of complexity much, much simpler and abstract it all away. We have libraries like Polymer, which is a mature web component library from Google. There's a library called Skate.js, which is a really lightweight library that's got interchangeable renderers. There's also Stencil, which isn't a library at all. It's like a web component compiler. And Lit Element, which is one of my favorites, and this is the one I'm going to recommend that you take a look at, which basically allows us and abstracts away a lot of this complexity. So let's take a little look at exactly what Lit Element provides us. So like a lot of those libraries, it abstracts away those complexities that we see on the left-hand side and makes it much easier and much simpler to write web components. So it takes what we had before from this to something like this. So it's a lot less code, it's a lot simpler to understand, there's a lot less things that you have to do manually. So to make use of Lit Element, what we have to do is instead of extending the HTML element interface, we actually extend Lit Element. And we can also, so again, you can't see the highlights in this contrast, but we declare properties just by using JavaScript decorators. And those properties, when they change, they automatically get synced to the attributes, and they'll automatically call the render method as well. So all of that complexity we had to deal with before is now taken away from us, and we can just focus on getting stuff done instead of juggling with all these different things. So yes, when a property changes, it automatically calls the render method, which is something we had to do manually before. And in the render method, when it comes to the lit element, this is where it gets really interesting. So lit element utilizes something called lit HTML, which is a really small library which uses some new platform features to provide super efficient DOM updates. It's that efficient that it will match and often outperform virtual DOM alternatives, which you find in a lot of these frameworks. It uses a lot less memory because it's using these platform features as well. So when the render method gets called, alongside using lit HTML, it's only going to update the small parts of the template that actually change. So in this case, that's going to be the name. So it's going to be super efficient. And as well as super efficient DOM updates and abstracting away a lot of the complexities, lit HTML provides some features in the templates themselves, features that you would typically be used to when you're writing framework components. So of course we can easily render text. We can easily set attributes in the templates, including Boolean attributes. We can easily set properties within the templates. We can easily bind and listen for events, again, just like you would in a lot of the frameworks. And we can do a lot more complicated things as well, like iterating over data in the templates. We can even use promises and async await directly in the templates. And there's loads more stuff that lit HTML provides. But it's some of those features which you would expect to see, particularly when you're used to writing framework components. So lit element alongside lit HTML basically abstracts away a lot of those complexities. So if you were to start looking at writing web components, I really recommend that you take a look at this because it really just makes building web components a breeze. So to summarize, frameworks are awesome. Like, they are essential for building large-scale JavaScript applications, and they solve a lot of those common problems that we'd face time and time again if we didn't have them to solve them for us. But when it comes to the actual UI part of your applications, you should really start thinking about using web components for those common pieces of UI to gain some of these significant benefits. If you're using multiple different frameworks on a day-to-day basis, you can save a lot of time and create less bugs by thinking about using web components. You can get a much greater amount of flexibility even if you're not using multiple frameworks on a day-to-day basis. Because web components are built on web APIs, we can more easily migrate, we can more easily choose a different technology stack because we know those web components are going to work everywhere. And ultimately, there's going to be much less chance of framework lock-in. The good news is that most frameworks love web components and make it really, really easy to use web components within your applications built with those frameworks. And it's a good place to get started. Take a look at Lit Element because it abstracts away a lot of those complexities. It's a really small library, provides super fast and efficient DOM updates, and just makes building web components really easy and really good fun. And that's everything from me, so I hope there's something in here that you learned, and I hope at the very least I have convinced you to learn more about web components. So thank you.
Do we have any questions?
So considering that React is declarative, and for the most part, you got to use immutable data structures, how do you see that play with web components, which are imperative and mutable?
Well, so first disclaimer is I'm not a React developer, so I'm probably not the best person to ask any React-based questions. But I think if you think about web components, it's completely independent to the application and completely independent to completely unaware of its surroundings, and start to think about the way that you pass that data in and get that data out, like props down and events building up and those kind of things. I don't see there being too much problems. And obviously, it's good to think of your web components in that way, completely agnostic to the environment they're in. So I've not come across any problems in the small amount of work I've done with web components. Obviously, there's the additional work to be done in terms of integrating with the props and the events and stuff like that. But I don't know whether that answers your question exactly. I can't think of any particular problems in that kind of sense. But if you want to discuss it any more, maybe you can provide some more use cases or examples. I'll be happy to chat afterwards.
Hi there. I had a question related to generating web components, for example, with the support of the Angular CLI. I know you can build from scratch. And have you tried to integrate it in other apps built with other frameworks? I'm just curious, what were the impediments?
So other than AngularJS and a few of the other kind of frameworks that kind of use web components, not really. So I've not tried any of the legacy ones, but the kind of important thing to note is that because they just work like DOM elements, and unless there's any specific quirks that the framework does, like React, obviously it builds a lot on top of the platform. So if a framework is using more like platform features and uses the DOM in a more typical way, then you shouldn't have any problems. But if you look at custom elements everywhere, that should give you some good examples. Not only does it kind of say how each framework, how compatible it is, but also links out to GitHub, and there's any bugs around that particular integrations and those kind of things. That's a really good place to start. I never usually get this many questions. This is brilliant.
That's a great time.
Yeah, I want actually to ask something quite different. How easily can you, when you apply these techniques, you mess up your semantic and search visibility?
Right, so you're talking like
so we're talking about the
SEO.
they found not SEO, just the foundation of HTML.
Okay.
It's just structuring content, yeah.
When
you start playing around with all these things, or with JavaScript quite quickly, you mess up your entire visibility and show.
Yeah, so you're also talking about accessibility and how these kind of things kind of show up with like
screen content, yeah, especially the content.
Well. Yeah. So there is quite a lot of work that the whole web component community takes that particular area quite seriously. And there is quite a lot of work around accessibility and the semantics of that. The good news is again, because they work very familiar to normal DOM elements, you can use the ARIA tags and all those other kind of things to help with that kind of thing. But server-side rendering can kind of go a long way, not only for obviously the SEO side of stuff, but also by initially rendering just a standard DOM tree, which doesn't include the shadow DOM, and presenting that to browsers. Screen readers find that a lot easier to read and those kind of things as well. That's probably as deep as I can go into it, because I've not really done that much with that particular area, but there's loads of cool and interesting articles out there about web components, accessibility, server-side rendering, those kind of things. So I'd recommend you look there. Any more?
I'm not sure to understand how and why Shadow DOM is really useful for web components. Can you just re-explain it again quickly, please?
Yeah, sure. So there's not been a way on the platform up until now to get that encapsulation. So whereas if you look kind of back in the day when you had things like jQuery plugins or AngularJS directives, where you would have your HTML and your JavaScript and then your CSS, kind of all the separate files, and you would include those in the page. And quite easily, depending on obviously how you'd use your selectors, etc., applications that had various different stylings could easily break the components, and they would often not look like they were intended to. But also, as somebody who's building an application, when they included those those components into their page, the styling in those components could often conflict and break some of the styling in the main application. So the Shadow DOM gives us this encapsulated sub-DOM tree where we can shove a load of stuff and know basically that the styling we have in there and any other DOM manipulation, those kind of things, are in that encapsulated sub-DOM tree that's not going to leak out into the main application. And equally, when we put a web component inside an application, any styling or other DOM manipulation that's happening kind of sweeping around the application, it's not going to leak in to that component. So when I build a web component, and like I said in the talk, spend a lot of time making something look really nice, I want to know that when somebody uses it, regardless to where they're using it or what other crazy mad CSS stuff I've got going on, it's going to look as I intended it to. And the Shadow DOM gives us that capability. Now, obviously, a lot of frameworks provide that solution by doing like scope styling and all these other kind of things as well. But this is built into the browsers now that can be used across all of those different frameworks just by making use of that technology.
Cool, thanks, that was great. So my question is around the React RFCs. Do you know what like the status of those are, like what they are, like what are the actual RFCs and what state are they at? Do you know?
So I don't know what state they're at. I know, so there's, all you need to do is just take a look online. You see there's a whole buzz, and a lot of like the Googlers and a lot of the web component framework creators have got involved in looking at how to solve some of the issues with integrating with the DOM events because of the synthetic event system, and the other like ability to be able to pass data, proper structured data down to the web components as well. Again, I'm not a React developer, so I can't really kind of describe how they work, kind of what they are, unfortunately, but there's plenty of information online to kind of describe how that's going to work. Again, I don't know where they are through that process, so hopefully we're not going to have to wait too much longer.
And another round of applause for Leon.
Thank you.
Before we all head off for drinks and networking, I know you're really excited, so am I. We've got a few closing words before we head off. Let me try to not make the screen yellow. Right. So I haven't actually had a chance to introduce myself. I'm Kaplan. I'm actually an Imperial College computing student, and this is my first GDG. And I must say, this web track has been super exciting because it has demonstrated to me the versatility of web technologies. So we've heard from so many different people about so many different parts of web technologies. So we've got people talking about accessibility. We've got people talking about user experiences, how to make that better. We have people talking about how to make developer experiences better. And we've got pretty much every part of web. And I think that was really exciting about today. I hope you learned as much as I did, if not more. So there's a huge amount of work that goes into making an event like this and making it free for you. Everyone involved today is doing it as a volunteer and taking the time out of their Saturdays to do this. First of all, I want to thank all our amazing speakers. And I think you'll agree they've been brilliant, not just in this track, but almost every single track that you've been to. Let's give them a round of applause. I think an event like this really demonstrates the power of the community, essentially bringing people together who are interested in the same thing and sharing their ideas. I also want to say a big thanks to our communities. If you have found today interesting, you'll find You'll find a ton more great events by checking out the groups, the meetup.com, or tuning into DocSoc. I also want to particularly thank Tom and the DocSoc team for being tireless in pulling the event together, as well as Aigul, Khan, Busra, and Jen for really helping make it a success. They've put a huge amount of effort all week into bringing this together. Let's give them a round of applause. You might have received an email about Quick Labs before. This gives you access to some great code labs that Google usually charges for, and access available from 1st December. To claim your free hands-on labs that can teach you more about Google Cloud, simply keep an eye out for the follow-up email after the event. Create a Quick Labs account using the link and sign into the account, and you'll get a free 30-day pass to the entire Quick Labs catalog. And if you like DevFest and you'd want to hear some great content, do sign up to our DevFest on Air events that Jennifer advertised this morning. Just Google DevFest on Air and you'll find all the details. Thank you for taking part today, bringing your ideas and making this such a great event and a great community to be part of. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturdays, and I hope every single one of you continue investing in your skills and into the London developer community, because London is a great place to be a developer. As you've seen, we are recording these sessions, and we will be making them available on YouTube once we've edited them, so do keep your eye out for that. We'll also be sending you a survey soon for you to fill up so that we can help improve these events for the future. Next, we have a networking and cash bar in the exhibition area. Can you put the map, please? Yep. And let's give both yourselves and every single speaker, every volunteer, every team member who's made today a great success. See you at the bar.